away from this one. Cut away from that one because he's doing nothing. Taxiing all the way down Sierra. Say it again. Big old jet, lovely big jet. Quite the sort of like aggressive stuff that I was expecting, but the interestingly enough, the rain has held off for now. We've had the worst of it, I think, possibly. Was that Mauritius's 339? Stand by, let me just check. It's a 350, isn't it? Yeah, right, okay, sorry. Say about that. Hello, big lad. Just one look and I continue to feel. Cold though, it's cold, it's a good job I wrapped up. Right on the 1,000-foot mark. One face. Denny Dyer, maximum cockney. Fine. Just open the sliders up. It is a 339. I thought it was a 339. The yard in after this one. Okay. G'day. Okay, so now we're all being told by the unions when you go on holiday, can you not take any check-in baggage? So you know, if you're going away for 2 weeks, you've got to take everything with you in a little case that's about 2 foot by 2 foot, if that. I find that a little bit hard to, you know, swallow. Mr. Union leader or whoever it was that sat round the table discussing, well, what can we do? What can we do? How about we tell everyone not to take any clothes with them on holiday? Okay, right, yeah. Yeah, but what about the kids? What about the kids and the grandparents? Well, yeah, I'm sure you can shove it all in one little tiny bag, can't you? You know, I mean, what do you need? You know, a pair of flip-flops and a... Give me your dog is a new member. Is that an order? Attention, attention. So I'm going to be spending the rest of the afternoon chopping all my golf clubs down to 1 foot length, and putting them all together again when I get out to Spain. It's great, isn't it? I mean, I understand what they're saying, but really that's a little bit far-fetched, isn't it? You know, suggesting that everybody doesn't have any check-in baggage. It's virtually an impossible thing to ask, isn't it? I mean, you're asking. I mean, it's a real shame, obviously, that, you know, staff shortages, easy staff shortages are the sole reason. It's not you know, it's not a technical issue with the equipment or anything like that. It's literally a shortage of staff because of the mass sort of culling of staff during the COVID crisis, which understandably, you know, I mean, a lot of people were put on furlough, but it's just a tough thing, isn't it, for the airlines themselves? But haven't we got millions of people unemployed that can sort of like have a great job, you know, being airside, loading aeroplanes with baggage? He met with the airlines, didn't he? You don't know what half these politicians are doing. One day they're, you know, he's the politician for the rubbish pickering outpouring, you know, and then the next day he's the flipping he's looking after the European Union or something. I don't know, flipping it. I don't know what's going on half the time. Minister of Agriculture one morning, next morning he's Minister of War. Hold on a minute, yesterday you were looking after 30,000 million cows, and now you're looking after our interests for our safety. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, good luck. MNG 330 inbound at 7,000 feet, Paul Hodgson, thank you. MNG, they are a freight, pure freight company, folks. Got this jumbo going out. Give me 2 minutes. Is that jumbo lined up, GP? Okay, it's not. We caught him coming in. We caught him coming in. It's Storm Kira. Yeah. I got her. Oh, she's light, man. Look at that. Oh, that's so cool, man. Captain on a 787 just came, said hello with his son. And not only that, but a captain who had on his phone had a video from us from filming Storm Kira and oh mate, that was brilliant. He was at the controls on the day. Nice. Okay, yeah, that's the video that you sent him then. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. No. Morning, folks. How you doing? And a very warm, wet, dampy welcome to London Heathrow. Hope you're doing well. It's Saturday. Although I must be honest with you, I've struggled this week in terms of like keeping up with what day it is. But hey, you know, that is what it is when you have all these bank holidays and stuff. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're still enjoying the Jubilee celebrations. That's if you're interested in it. Of course, some people aren't. Some people saying, complaining on the BBC. Ooh, do we have to have so much coverage of it? Well, just turn the TV over, mate. You've got lots of other channels. You know, it's quite simple. Don't have to spend all that time moaning and groaning on your keyboard. Blimey, O'Reilly. I don't believe it. Anyway, listen, we are here for the next few hours to catch landings, 09 operations. Big shout out to the fellow who just came up here. Right behind me here, folks, you see the Blue Sky Suite. That is part of the deal that you get if you come and stay here at the Hyatt Place under the Big Jet TV banner. As a guest of the hotel, you get to come up here and sit down and enjoy the sights at the Blue Sky Suite. And in the conditions that we've got at the moment, it's always good to come and watch. We're going to try and put some speakers in there, folks. Trust me, to bring that ambience in there as well. But yeah, so great to see that Cathay Pacific 747. Hope you all enjoyed the fly past that we did the other day, folks, as well. Of course, lots of feedback coming from that. You know, both good and trolley. You know, all the keyboard warriors out there. You know, got nothing better to do with their lives, literally. Just, you were born a happy person. Stay a happy person. You know what I mean? It's not like you came out like with a keyboard stuck to your mouth, like, you know, oh, I don't like this. What's going on here? What's that bloke doing with his mouth, with his mask? Oh, you know, it's like, just be happy. Be happy. Why are there so many bitter, twisted people in this world? But that is it. That's what it is. It's social media. That's what's done it, isn't it? It's affected so many people's minds. Anyway, back to the show, folks. Here we go. Aviation from London Heathrow. And this is Air Canada's Dreamliner with the Bandit livery. Oh, 767 firing up opposite me. Very derated, in fact no reverse thrust at all, just opening those reverser doors, idle thrust. Yeah, Richard, you're not wrong. Must be June. Jerry's dressed up like it's a cold day in February. It's crazy, isn't it? I have got 4 layers on. I mean, the thing is, we've discussed this before, where I'm standing on a roof. There's a constant wind blowing. It's chilly, and it's damp, and it's wet, and I'm actually wearing a snood. Can you flip in Adam and Eve it? But anyway, there we go. Craig Matthews Sod the Keyboard Warriors, we enjoyed it. Yes, we did. Got some great feedback from that, you know, just humbled to bring a bit of happiness to people's lives. GN Man loved the fly past. Michael K. I bet you did loads of work during the fly past. Mark Willis, San Sharma. Tamara Goodwin. Morning Rant M3PH San Sharma. Mark Bar Blade 929. Also, too many miserable people looking for reasons to be miserable. Yes, indeed. You're absolutely right. Michael R. Sue E. Helen Jones. Andrew Rideout. John Grinham. Andy P. Paul Hodgson. MNG. Oh, I'm just going to... United 767 about a touchdown. Fourth to land. Hodgie saying... let's just see if it's the next one in. No, we've got another United 787 behind this one. 777. MNG. Must be there for... That's bleeding typical, isn't it? Yeah! Stephen Luscombe, Sir James Doink, Jeanette Haynes, HGC, good morning everybody, hope you're doing well. 3,000 people already tuned in to watch the Saturday show. Great to see you, great to have your company, hope everybody's well wherever you are in the world. We know that there are people watching all around the world, and for all those non-members who are, and even subscribers who are watching the show right now, great to have your company. Katharina, is that Katarina or Katharina? Is that just Spitfire RAF 100? Fly past was great. Also saw the Lancaster over Bletchley. I'll be honest with you, of all the aircraft, aircraft in the display, that Lancaster with the Spitfire and Hurricanes was most definitely my favourite, because of the sound of those Merlins, man. The sound of those Merlin engines. I think this MNG, I don't think he's actually on my radar. I don't know. Kevin Beasley, weather permitting, test match at Lords and planes at Heathrow. Ooh, don't know about that. Andrew, one thing's for sure, the rain will not stop play here. I can assure you of that, ladies and gentlemen. Ian in Aberdeen. Morning from Aberdeen. It's a beautiful day up here in Aberdeen. Yeah, I'm hearing scorching conditions up in Scotland today. Stark contrast to what we have here. He's waiting to creep forward that 767, isn't he? I think the MNG is about... Is this the MNG now? No, this is the 777 with Turkish. He's having to go round a long way. What's that? They got delivery of what? Yep. Did they? Oh, they kept that quiet. Triple 7F. A 200, brand new. Obviously, a 200. Yeah, it's really fresh amongst the other colours, isn't it? That Etihad livery, man. It really does stand out a mile, doesn't it? HGC hoping that the BBM, the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, will go on for decades and decades. Well, as long as the as long as the funding is there, I can't see any reason why not. Lovely bank shot. Oh, there was a bank shot. We'll get some more bank shots. Skies are sort of like, you know. GN Man, special livery from Lot on finals. Here comes your MNG. It's a Turkish outfit, isn't it? MNG. Met the owner of MNG when I was at Cologne. He's a busy man. This is a pure freighter, folks. See the bulge at the front there? That's to level the aircraft out. Somebody's saying that they know the captain on that Etihad Dreamliner. Great opportunity up on the roof here at the Hyatt. These are the views that you'll get from the Blue Sky Suite. Come and stay here. Make sure you hit the website up for Hyatt, folks. And if you are booking a room here, book it directly with the folks here at Hyatt. And trust me, if you want to bring a tape measure with you, you're more than welcome, because trust me, the room windows here that you will be in are 5 meters long. Go and measure that if you want, but it's just incredible that you get 5 meter long viewing platform, so to speak, in your own room. So wow, those guys must be really doing so well at MNG to have taken delivery. I know that they have more conversions in the pipeline with A330 jets. Stephen Luskin, Andrew Rideout, John Walton, Next Generation Music, David Bowman, Richard Mortara saying MNG been active for many years, usually fly in and out of Stansted. Well, the thing is that there's a lot of cargo operators who have been operational for many years. However, COVID and the recent demand for freight aircraft has brought them to the front line, if you see what I mean. I'm not sure that MNG were that active into London Heathrow pre-COVID, that as much as what they are now. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but of course the huge demand in aircraft for commerce has led to a massive upturn in freighter jets being converted. Christopher Bones, Sharon A, Keith Cornell, good morning. David Lewis, good morning to you. Andy P, Maggie, Kaloa Aloha. Oh, sorry. Koala Aloha. Sorry, my apologies. Carl Hanlon was at the Midlands Air Show Thursday and one of the arrows had a bird strike. Wow. Interesting. Never a good thing, is it? Of course, the red arrows were, they follow us on Twitter. Who's this thing? Is that Iberia? SAS? It's easy for you to say. Operated by CityJet. To who? Margot is a new member. Margot tuning in from New York. Hello, Margot. Very warm welcome to you. Hello, where is he going in? It's an odd sort of lovely thing. So. And that's Margot, is it? Oh, that's fantastic. Margot stumbling across us. So many people have stumbled across us, haven't they? Oh, that's a nice bit of reverser. Once that exit, brake to vacate. Oh, lovely words, Margot. Thank you so much. Stumbled across us from a radio station. I think by the sounds of it, it was Radio 2 of all things, where Jeremy Vine, maybe cats, operating in gangs, resides, along with old Ken Bruce. Pub Master. Yes, of course. Well, Margot, we'll be in Louisville, Kentucky at the end of this month. We're planning for the UPS operations, having been literally blown off our feet by the FedEx operations in Memphis, Tennessee. We are going to head to Louisville, Kentucky, to check out their operations. We're also planning, folks. We're going to try and get back to Anchorage before the nights, increase in length, should I say, or the daylight. The amount of daylight in Anchorage reduces to almost nothing. I want to get out there and visit the mosquitoes, those giant mosquitoes. Well, I'm going to get myself one of them beekeepers hats. I don't care how stupid I look. Yeah, I'm going to go for the full suit, the full regalia. Now, look, last night I specifically remember I was dreaming, like you do, and I was underneath the nose of one of these jets. I know it was Air Canada because it had that Head and Shoulders colour. It was a 777. They were obviously doing some maintenance around the undercarriage, so they were removing some bolt, but it was very, very antiquated, I have to say. It was just like undoing some nuts and washers, and it was just resting them. Then it was obviously not in the sort of like way that you're supposed to do it under strictest conditions. Anyway, I went on board the flight deck. Next thing I knew, I was on board the flight deck. And I was talking to the crew, one female FO and the captain there. But the crazy thing was that the flight deck, honestly, man, the flight deck, it was like someone's lounge. It had shelves with books and a lamp and a chair in the back, where you walk in. I mean, obviously, it's just, you're in a dream, aren't you? I mean, it's like, what is going on here? But anyway, I carried on talking, and next thing I knew is we're out in some sort of like ice field, I don't know. Dreams, eh? They're great, aren't they? Julie B's a new member. Welcome, Julie B. It's great to dream aviation when you're so much into it as well. But yeah, that was very funny. Oh, there was all wallpaper, lovely wallpaper and everything on the. Why does my Big Trains TV Kentucky, home of USA bourbon? Well, I won't be sampling any of that. But yeah. I think that was one of the first Maxes that we saw here at Heathrow, wasn't it? That Lot Max. Air Canada and then Lot Max second, right, okay. Yeah. Get me Colonel Sanders get up ready. Just have to paint me beard white, wouldn't I? No chance. No chance at all, man. I wouldn't even risk it for a biscuit. I wouldn't want to sort of like upset the apple cart and you know, mess with the local authorities and all that. Don't tell me that's Mamma Mia already been offloaded and no, obviously not. No. Charlie Smith is a new member. Welcome, Charlie. Great to see you here, Charlie, along with all our other new members. Of course, member only chat, folks. Got to keep the stream clean. Yeah, I can't believe I'm standing up here in all this wet, waterproof gear and yeah, man, 4th of June, mate. Yeah. Even Charchie's not interested in going out, big furry coat and everything. Unfortunately, I wouldn't mind a little bit more moisture on sit runway. Winds are picking up a bit, I must admit. Full idle. Oh, is that a triple on push? Might well. Disney Day 44. Oh, we only wish it was a wingway for us, but big old set. Look how low that Etihad Dreamliner is going out. The Greenliner. think I think that's the biofuel test bed. Although they're quite active with the whole biofuel thing. I think most airlines are, but you know, because it's only at around about 5% at the moment, they're not making a big deal of it. This Greenliner introduced, should I say, to promote sustainability and also recycling of everything on board, as much of the stuff on board as they can recycle. You know, all the trays, the cups, the cutlery. You know, almost tempted to say very calm conditions, but they aren't. Here's the rain. Big old set of engines on a look. It's a direct easterly, isn't it? Comes. All that brake dust on the inboard flaps there. Much like, kind of the best way to describe that is when you with your alloy wheels, when they get all grubby and dirty. That is doing flap checks, full and free movement checks there. All the flight surfaces, speed brakes, flaps are now extending. Amanda White's a new member. Welcome, Amanda. Thorbjorn Anderson is a returning member with a star. And Crofton 1973 is a new member. Welcome, Crofton. Welcome, Amanda. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to you, Thorbjorn. Star Alliance. Is Air India by any chance? Another low departure with the Dreamliner. That's going to go left. I'm sure that's going to go left, isn't it? Yeah, here we go, here we go. AT rolling. Clonk. Clonk. You really do feel it, man, when those big, they're like barn doors, man, and they do slam shut. It's about the only thing you do feel, to be honest. Well, we're still waiting for the for them to come back. Let's follow up from that when I get back. What date is it? Of June. Oh, blimey. Right, okay, so it's pretty tight then, isn't it? Yeah. Crofton, 1973. We got you, Crofton, didn't we? Amanda White and another new member. Stephen Parslow. Good day to you, Stephen. Very warm welcome, all our new members. And to anybody who joined, because we do have people who join between shows as well, so a big shout out to all those folks. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tight schedule at the end of this month, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Definitely not. Right, yeah, yeah. We could certainly, can we sort of like raise it with them, GP, just to say, you know, what are your plans for it? So we've also got, right. That's got to be network related, isn't it? Right turn, Cloud. Usually makes a right-hand turn quite soon after departure, as it happens. Very late turn. Wow. It's quite, I know, it may seem a little bit. Watch the flaps extend on this big bird. Full and free elevators. Rudder check coming up. Oh, speed brakes. Rudder check. Now you'll see the flaps extending. Should do anyway. Peter Gray and Marco K. John Stoner. 380 is a super looking aircraft. I agree with you. And a feat of engineering, it has to be said. Aviation in 4K, it's 767 inbound. Thank you, Aviation in 4K, for keeping me updated and everybody updated on what's incoming, folks. This 767-400 with Delta from JFK. Gavin Moss is a new member. Good morning to you. Noel J, good morning. Your 767-400. So active with these 764s at the moment, man. Delta. One of their 333s sitting over there, but two 764s at gate. Obi-Wan Kenobi 747-8i is the superior design. Lufthansa got rid of their 380s and keeping 8 of their 747-400s and all 19 747-8is intercontinentals for 53 years. Plus the 747 is still the one and only queen of the skies, and always will be. Obi-Wan, has to be said. Nothing will surpass the 747, it has to be said. So watch this. Aviation in 4K. He was down early. He did touch down early, right on the strips, right on the keys, more or less. Mark O'Kane loved the 767s. Are still so busy on the Atlantic routes. So he's got the he's got the pin in his hand, which disables the front undercarriage steering. He'll turn and wave that at the pilot. Nice job, mate. Like that. Like the salute. Proper American style. Good man. Good man. What would Jerry's call sign be if he was a Top Gun pilot? Terry G, I loved the view from the bomb aimer's position on the Lancaster. Yeah, bomb aimer. Well, the whole crew actually having to fly for another 30 seconds. Well, the bombing run itself was bad enough. In fact, to be honest with you, the flight into the target was really bad with the flak guns going off left, right, centre. Just a frightening time for those pilots and the crew, 7-man crew on the Lancasters. And of course, 11-man crew on the B-17s that flew in the daylight raids. But the bomb aimer was probably the most unpopular of all the crew. Jokingly, that is, just on the basis that you know, once they dropped the bombs, they had to fly straight and level for 30 seconds in order to get the because with the bombs was dropped a flash which they used for photographing the target to report later. And that 30 seconds was probably the most harrowing time. And then, of course, once that's done, get that thing out of the target area, corkscrewing all over the gaff with fighters all over your tail. And, of course, those big flak batteries down below, which still are in some places. There are still some of those big flak towers in existence over in Germany because they were built so thick they just couldn't get rid of them, couldn't demolish them. So yeah, it is one of those dilemmas, isn't it? You know, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to fly in daylight where you can see everything, or would you prefer to fly at night when you can't see anything, under the cloak of darkness, but of course your engines glowing, your exhausts glowing red, so easily picked off by the night fighters. Anyway, and of course the most vulnerable position on a Lancaster bomber would be the rear turret. Sometimes for hours on end. That 767's been sitting there for a while, hasn't he? Obviously got delays at gate. Lots of A380s active on the field today. Keith Cornell, worst position on B-17 is a Baltonic Gara position. Yes, Keith. Not only because they were vulnerable from attack below, but also if the aircraft lost its hydraulics, they would not be able to retract that turret and get the operator out. So unfortunately, a number of crew being lost. Debash mode. 2:16 a.m. time flies when you're watching planes. Trixie Bluebell, Texas Taco, Zoe Dawn Cook. Trixie must be on a, I don't know, Trixie must be on a bus or a train or a tube or something, public transport, getting funny looks. Julie B saying, I can say as an amateur photographer it's not easy to make great film in a place socked full of clouds, and that's why I became a member today. Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you, Julie. Thank you for the for the kind words. Jorge Pedro, Daniel, Daryl Gray, good morning to you. Obi-Wan Kenobi, thanks to B24. Mitchell, their belly ball turrets were the first to get hit by flak AAA. Yeah, Obi, the belly turret, no belly turret on the Lancaster. They did, I believe they experimented with one, but the Lancaster did not have a belly turret. B17, you may be getting mistaken with that, but yes, of course. And of course, don't forget that a lot of Lancasters and Halifaxes and Stirlings and Wellingtons and the like were picked off by the ME-110s, which had the what they called the Strag music, the upward firing cannon that was mounted behind the pilot and the ME-110, the night fighter. They, you know, depended on the pilot or on the gunner, whether they aimed at the fuel tanks or whether they aimed to into the belly to actually blow the entire bomb load up. But obviously, as you can appreciate, in a situation like that, when you're flying that close and a belly load of bombs goes up, big old belly load of 500-pounders, or even you know, you're likely to get hit by shrapnel. So a lot of these guys, out of respect in some cases for the crew members, giving them the opportunity to bail out and survive, they would take out the fuel tanks on the wing, or take the engines out, giving the flight crew as much time as they needed to bail out. Some fighter crews were not so sympathetic, it has to be said. Mark Barr, Canadian tree bombing. So interesting to see that Finnair jet where it is. I'm wondering, is that possibly a freight run for that Finnair jet? Is there any way to sort of like check on radar, Jimmy, to see whether that aircraft is operational for passenger services? Yeah, Finnair 350. Because she's parked in an odd position. There's I don't think there's a finger that comes out at that position. I might be wrong. Lingus. Up quick. On its way to Shannon. Air France sitting at gate. Sitting off stand. What's that firing up? Three Virgin jets and a partridge in a pear tree. Yeah, that's the Burns there. That he was right in saying that Delta 767 did come down early. Cool cities. Busy day. Busy? I mean, emotion, shall we, folks? What's the tilt? Yeah! Full beans. It's the 300 variant. This is the 200 variant. For who? For who? Who's that? Oh, Finnair, right. Okay. Has anybody, somebody may have made a point on that one, but no. Trixie Bluebell loving the Canada colour. 4,300 people. Welcome every single one of you watching right now. Big shout out to all my members and my supporters of the channel. Thank you so much. Gaz Grill. Great. It's a great sound on those reverses indeed. Great that you're picking it up. Jeanette McKenzie, James Scott, good morning to you. John Stoner, the triple 7 looks good landing. It does look good. I know what you're talking about there, John. It does look great when she's in that final sort of like flare position. Big juicy engines. Aviation in 4K saying the King Air probably isn't coming in here. Good morning, Valerie Dickens, James Scott. The sound of a GE90 in the morning. There we go. Richard Bushell. After RDU first flight in 2 years. Lord Geeker. Wizz Air pulling out of Doncaster. Justin Hanley, yes, they are still building the 777. In fact, if anything, Boeing is like, you know, hastily building that model of aircraft. Probably, I don't know, because of the freight demand, the 777-200F is probably a big demand with in big demand with Boeing at the moment. That Finnair has probably got a BA call sign on it, I'd imagine. DHL just lining up for 09 right. Ryan Cole is a returning member. Welcome back, Ryan. Good to see you. Jeffrey Primus finally caught my first jet on video. I was able to get 150 yards from the runway, was able to catch the sound of the wheels squeal. Wow. The wheels squeal. GN man, no clear skies, full 10/10ths cloud, I'm afraid. Oh, this is United 777-200. Missed the Pratt & Whitney powered 777-200 the other day, I think. That's coming in today. Pratt & Whitney powered 777s now being cleared by the FAA into European airspace, or outside of US airspace, should I say, after obviously experiencing that internal combustion explosion on one of their engines, which to be honest with you, you've got to give it credit for how well contained that was within the engine cowling system. You know how well that that failure was contained. I think the fire extinguishers did obviously deploy, but don't know if they were fully effective. Of course, the speed of the aircraft travelling, reducing the amount of oxygen that the flames or the fire can get, did help to put that fire as well. Jed Kenyon, good morning to you. Boo what? San Sharma United from San Francisco. Obi-Wan Kenobi, WD-40 is a cure against squealing wheels. Got to be careful with WD-40 on disc brakes, Obi-Wan. Of course, on spaceships they don't have them, so you don't have to worry about that. But yes, one does have to. If you generally don't use WD-40 on wheel components, because you want to avoid that kind of spray getting onto discs and any brake components, because you just never will get rid of it. There's a special brake cleaner sprays that you can get. You may need to, remove all the discs and the brakes calipers and componentry if you've got anything that's locked, and then spray it thoroughly with. Okay, stand by. Justin Hanley, what is the largest version of the Dreamliner compared to the A350-1000? Well, it is the 787-10. Yeah! See him blowing the water off the side of the runway, man. Very little precip at the moment, but enough. Certainly enough to blow it off the. I'm just going to do a quick sync check. One, two, 1, 2. I don't think we have problems with sync stuff anymore, GP. There's all our there's one for all our Aussie friends out there. G'day. Okay, interesting. Gonna have to take these phones out of circulation for a moment, folks, just because of the preset. Okay, let's see what this Dreamliner does. Nothing. Yeah, big old cloud. It's quite a shallow climb out for that 300, for the A3, for that A300. To be honest with you. Mind you, it's quite steep in terms of flight. So you can see that rudder is cranked over to the right there. That is because it is there's no hydraulic pressure in the system. GP, can you turn that down? So you can see that the hydraulic, the systems will pressurise once the engines are started. But at the moment, that rudder has no hydraulic pressure to its system, and therefore the wind is literally blowing that rudder over to the right. Come to your comments in a minute, folks. Just got to keep the phones out of the rain. We've got rain. So yeah, I'm not sure about that Finnair 350. It's not at a passenger gate, it's on a remote stand. And it looks like she was possibly carrying freight. Maybe fish, maybe cats. BA 192 in from Dallas, Fort Worth, next to touchdown. And that squeal that you hear there is generally the brake pads, or a segment of the brake pads binding, not binding, but against the disc. Usually down to moisture on the discs that's still there, obviously, as they come down from a dizzy height. That can you hear the rain on the mic, GP, or is it? Oh, okay. Yeah. It could make a lot of noises. Go on the Kenyan. No, nothing. Ah, big old nasty cloud right above me at the moment. That start up. American 777, but I think she's Rolls-Royce powered, so we won't get much of a start-up noise as we do with the GEs. The Austrian is a returning member. The Austrian. Good day to you. Hodgie missed the King Air. How did I miss the King Air? He must have landed and turned off. Where did we miss the King Air? Oh. Must have gone rogue then, yeah. Calm and quiet start up on the Rolls-Royce. Nice. Get them taxi lights on. Mind you, he's held up at the moment. That American Dreamliner is just waiting to get to gate. Finnair 350 pushing back. Very short startup noise from the XWB, and that's it. It's about all you get. You might get a little bit of a come to your comments in a minute, folks. Just got this nasty cell over the top of me at the moment, giving me a bit of grief. Let me get the windscreen wipers on the next one. Top of GP. Although I have to say the coffee here is exceptional. This could be good. This could be good. Light it up! Go on, man. Come on. Yeah! Nice! Enough to Qantas 380 what, GP? Oh, I don't know. Still don't know about Etihad fully, do we? Ha ha! Crease that one. These things can really pile on the reverses, but not today. a couple of new engine nacelles at the front. It's the clamshell style reverses on the Trent 7s. And you might find that this 350 has only started one of his engines and is going to fire up the other one during his taxi run. It's quite a common feature now to both to start second engine just to save on fuel, both on the taxi run out and also shutting down one of the engines on the taxi run in. I hear it a lot when I'm travelling on these big jets, even on the small ones as well. You can hear the engines clearly. You can hear them clearly shutting one of the engines down on the way to the gate and firing it up on the way out. Believe I should have worn gloves. Do you believe I'm saying that on June the 4th? Should have worn gloves. Yeah. Ah, too early, mate. Too early. Ah. Turn. Wow. Some water on the runway. Wow, sit like that. Isn't that a great shot? Singapore. Go left. Could go left. Okay, sky's clearing. Going right. Here we go. Right. Let's get the wipes down. Okay. Let's get these phones back out. Send that then. RAF Luton. Any time their tweets are on is always funny, isn't it? RAF Luton. Yeah. Nice! Pratt and Whitney power. What that Delta jet is doing sitting over on remote looks I don't know, looks pretty sort of like technical in a funny sort of way. Okay, there we go. Ian Campbell, returning member, Disney Day 44. Good break to vacate systems being used. Yes, indeed. People might be wondering what that means. That's input into the onboard flight management computer, indicating which exit they would like, and the auto brake systems will bring the aircraft to a halt if they're looking to, for example, stop and turn off the runway at this point that's there. Or that one. Oh, really? Well, we haven't heard anything yet, put it that way, so normally by now would have heard something, wouldn't we? Yeah. It's not so much the flight being cancelled, it's more about the delays. Really? Odette, Flybe colours perfect for the Jubilee. Indeed. We didn't mention that, did we? Didn't think about that. Good point. Good point. Well spotted there, Odette. There's a steep climb out, isn't it? the issue is they laid off so many staff, wasn't it? That's what it was. But really, to be honest with you, in defence of them, they had to. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that was initially, though, wasn't it? Wasn't that initially their... Sarah Leckie, tuning in from the Gold Coast. G'day. Have I missed much? Well, Sarah, yeah, movements, general movements. 1 hour 38 in. Oh, really? Oh, dear. Yeah, I tell you what, I have noticed a significant reduction in the amount of KLM flights. Normally, by now, we would have seen at least two jets in, wouldn't we? Watford FC. Watford FC's off to Luton Airport tomorrow morning, where you will probably see a few of my mates flying out, actually, on their way to Malaga. Sandy Humby tuning in from Boston. Jeff in Mass, good day to you. The pilots speak to their ops prior to landing. That off course can change once they get on the ground. Oh, okay, that of course can change, yeah. Michael Barber just had a Spitfire fly over here in Derby, yeah! Nice. Is it really? Of course, no brakes on the front of these aircraft. I mean, if they did have brakes on the front, they have to settle the bias to the main gear, so it's kind of pointless anyway. Just have brakes on the front. Yeah, I think we might be. I just hope that, because I just hope we don't. Gatwick's kind of renowned for being a bit of a boozer's airport, innit? You know, I don't want to be getting on a plane full of drunkards. Leslie White, London City, my favourite airport. The drop back of London's financial Canary Wharf and the skill of the pilots landing and taking off from such a short runway and the acute angle that they have to contend with. Yes, indeed, Leslie. A lot in that one, and absolutely right. Yeah, that's definitely not passengers on that Finnair jet. He's going out very early. Interesting to see that, to be honest with you. I think she was loaded with maybe taking a bit of freight on board her. It is anxious times for a lot of people who are travelling, that's for sure. I mean, the airlines are obliged by law to put you on another flight on that day, but if there isn't one available, then there's very little they can do. So many reports of disgruntled people returning home from having spent hours in queues and so on and so forth, but fair amount of the crews watch, GP. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, yes, yeah, of course. No, of course you can't blame them, can't be sitting around waiting for them to be called back, can you? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not branding it Gatwick. Don't get me wrong. I'm not branding it as a sort of like, you know, as a place where, you know, you're likely to find people. It's very much a holiday destination, a holiday sort of like airport, but you know, no, I'm just saying that, you know, times that I have flown from Gatwick Airport, it's you know, the bars are full at 6 a.m. in the morning of people drinking, and it's always, you know, those people are getting on aeroplanes, you know, which is obviously the concern, not so much for me, but for families and people with young kids and all that sort of stuff. Can be quite disruptive. People being loud and you know, yeah, it's just you know, I mean, obviously that the same thing can happen at Heathrow and other airports as well. But I just have found that you know, during my travels and having flown a number of times from Gatwick Airport, you know, there have been instances where I've flown from there very early in the morning during the summertime, during the holiday season, where you see a lot of people sitting at the bars, bunches of blokes, it has to be said, you know, don't want to sort of like, you know, be sexist in any way and pinpoint at anyone in particular, but generally sort of like, you know, groups of fellas out there, obviously, understandably, going out to have a good time. Why they can't wait till they get out there to have a drink, I just don't know. I don't know what the importance is of getting alcohol in your system at 6 a.m. But there you go. Some people are easily misled and peer pressure and all that. Come on, mate, have a pint. Why don't you have a pint? You know, not interested in that myself. You know, you might call me a, you know, party pooper or whatever you want to call me, but I just know what I'd feel like when I get to the other end. having had a you know, a couple of pints or however many, you know, arriving at the other end, you've still got to do a 45-minute transfer to the hotel and all that kind of stuff. Get out there, it's bleeding hot, searing hot. That, you know, causes you know, you dehydrate while you're in the air as well. End up getting there with a headache and all that. And it's just not very pleasant. I'd sooner arrive there fresh, get to the hotel, get myself unpacked and ready, and then you know, then maybe have a, you know, a beer in the evening, you know. Right. Fred Oldfield is a new member. Welcome, Fred. Graham Lavers, my favourite airport to fly from is Bristol. So easy, yeah, I bet it is. Yeah, very quaint, lovely airport. Lee Cutter, I have kicked more than one drunk off a flight. There we go. Bluebird due in 5 minutes, Chris Mason saying. Oh, missed that one, GP. Come on. Such an impressive aeroplane. I know I keep going on about it, but the wing, even pilots have commented on, A380 pilots that is, have commented on how impressive that wing is when you're when you're on board the aircraft, to look down on that wing and just see how big it is. In every sense of the word, just all the components on that wing, everything to do with it is just massive. The flaps, the speed brakes, the ailerons, the outboard ailerons, there's like, I think 3 or 4 ailerons, single aileron components on the outboard section of those wings, and they're big in themselves, but they all work independently. Oh, I thought that was thunder for a minute. Thunder, thunder, thunder. It's an interesting routing. I guess he's going to turn right here. Just do the chicane. Yeah, there we go. And they'll taxi down now. Flaps could be coming up any moment now. It's a nice looking jet. Crept in quietly. See, we were talking about the Middle East Airlines the other day with their A330 sporting the older livery. I think they've done well, I've got to be honest with you, with the new livery. I think it's sporty, isn't it? But still maintaining the old the fir tree. Yes, of course. Yeah. Can be some very rowdy ladies as well. Forgetting the hen parties with it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Allowing alcohol at airports, that kind of stuff. They make a big point of it. They make a big no, it's not. No. For me, it wouldn't be. It's an open shut case. But you know, on the American, the internal American flights that I was flying on my most recent trip. Interesting that onboard announcement. One part of the onboard announcements, which I think is new. I don't know if it is, but you know, you're not allowed to consume any alcohol that you've brought on board the aircraft. Alcohol is limited to 1 drink per person, that kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. To be honest with you, yeah. Of course, some people can take it. Some people are more, resilient, whilst others are, 1 beer and they want to fight the whole plane. Wow. Oh. No. Yeah. Tom James is a returning member. Welcome back, Tom. Got a BA 380 lined up to go out to Helen Jones, Blue United Dreamy from Houston, 8 minutes. Right one there, and that's the right one there. Cleared. This is Air Canada Trash Bandit livery. Just looks so cool, doesn't it? That's strong, man. That's really strong. Wow, look at that going out. Sounds like an old DC-8. So interesting that people when they write in for, they're writing, but they send in their self-addressed envelopes for the stickers. You can get a sticker if you want, folks, free of charge. All you need to do is send a self-addressed envelope to the address that is in the app. Download the app, Big Jet TV Live, and you'll be able to drop. There's a drop-down menu for applying for a free sticker. All you need to do is send a self-addressed envelope. But interestingly, people send me little bits and bobs every now and then, you know, little notes, maybe just something on a post-it note, or 4-page letter, or just a single page. Some people send me pictures of specific aviation-related incidents. I've got to show you this. That's Air Canada's Max going out, isn't it? Something that, and I mentioned it quite some time ago as well, but I'll do it now. Yeah. So first of all, from Gemma, who sent me this, which was pretty cool. Which is just simple picture there of Concorde. Look at that. I don't know where that's from, whether that's Heathrow or what, but that's the very image that I've mentioned many times from days gone by when she used to fly out, and that's going out a 09 right or something like that. I don't know. But here's another one. This one's from Reginald, lovely name. And this is what we talk about with the old, look at that. It's a B-17 at 0 feet, literally. And that's from an air show at, I don't know where it was. Hull. It's from the Hull Times. Scenes from the shows. But yeah, they were the days when flying, when there was no limitations, and that pilot flying that beautiful preserved B-17 Flying Fortress, freaking out the fellas on the ground who just parachuted in as well. Just absolutely fantastic. Back in the day when they used to, and he came in from over the trees as well, apparently. Spooked everybody. That's the way it should be, isn't it? Now it's like a mile away from the crowd line. You can hardly hear them. You know, great shame, man. Oh, is this ITA? Is this ITA touching down? No, it's Bluebird. Say it then, Dad. I'll grab hold of her in a second. Wait a minute. I don't know if that's the Duxford B-17. It's a long, long time ago, that. But wow, look at that turn on that 380. Yes, all you need to do, wherever you are in the world, I've sent many stickers overseas. That's all you need to do, send a self-addressed envelope. But I do receive, like I say, letters and notes, pictures and stuff like that in there. And I read them all, folks. I do read them all. And some amazingly, you know, I feel so humbled with some of the notes and letters that I receive, both for myself and Jilly, because, you know, we do put a lot of work into this, and we really appreciate everybody's comments on that. And but if it's not that, it's about, you know, their love for aviation, specific moments that they remember. Go, you see, that really does give you a good idea of how those reversers work. Pumping out the air forward as opposed to back, as opposed to thrust through the back of the engine. Some of those Coldstream systems using the fan air rather than the combusted air, the thrust air. I think the thrust air is generally used with the hot air, should I say. That's a Coldstream system that you're just seeing in operation there, which basically is the main fan blades. Hello. Oh. There's a load of people walking out. Tessa Luckhurst is a new member, and Hazel Allen, also new members. A very warm welcome to you. Karina Roebuck, Liz Matthewman, Justin Hanley, Jerry, what is the V1 takeoff speed for aircraft, and is it same on all planes? Justin, good question. V1, the rotation speed, the rotate speed is between 140 and 160 knots for the larger aircraft, depending on weight and you know, the takeoff weight of the aircraft, but generally between 140 and 160 knots. What's that, GP? Gary O'Rourke, is from the Rembrandt. Oh really? Oh, that's fantastic. Gary O'Rourke's mate saw our sticker at Graceland on the last week. Oh, that is brilliant. You told him to look out for it. Nice one, Gary. Great to meet you the other day as well, fella. Thank you so much for keeping me company as well. Really appreciate it. Carl. Zoe Dawn Cook saying, had an email yesterday, DHL have only gone and lost her hat. Oh dear. So she's had a message, an email from DHL saying, we've lost your package. What a terrible thing. What a terrible thing. No. piece of shit. Indeed, Dylan mentioning, as I said, takeoff weight, and of course weather, visibility, that sort of stuff. It does, and a pilot's discrepancy as well. But in general, with the conditions right, talking around about between 140 and 160. Bit the wrong bleeding hand. Paul Spruce, brand new A350 Virgin Atlantic on tow. Was that the one we just saw? Next to land, United from Houston. Over there is at the cargo hub, or the bread bin, as locals here at London Heathrow call it. MNG, a 330 freighter. Even got blue skies. Come in here, look at that. Flipping heck. We are, it is June, isn't it? Is that 350 about to be pushed? Has he got any, yeah, he's hooked up, man. He's ready to go. Another Air India jet. Blimey, this MEA's been sent round the back of the bike sheds, hasn't he? Landed about 20 minutes ago, didn't it? Oh, okay, Keith. That is Sally B. So still active. Kind of prefer it in the all silver. Wow! Heavy reverser. I Iberia's 330. GP, can you, yeah, and, yeah. 2008, John P. Welcome. New member. Good to see you here. John P, along with all our members, going to be joining us in Brussels in a couple of weeks' time. We're going out there primarily, I mean, obviously to watch the planes, but also to test our equipment, because we are beta testing new equipment, which is all linked to our friends at Teradek. But we just need to double check that this new equipment is, because they have made some significant changes because of the networks and because of well, they've just needed to update some of their equipment, and we are testing it for them. Rockstar Pool 69, Titan 321 due in 20 minutes. CFM 56 is chucking out a load of reverser. It's one of Swiss's older jets, man. Emma Seymour, Matt Weaver. MEA, where's me gate? I can't find me gear. Where's it going? I think that BA 350 is waiting to be pushed after that Delta jet. John Winspear, I think it is that what John Winspear? Good day to you, John. He's a new member. Welcome to you. Hazel Allen, I've never become a member. Nice! Hazel Allen saying, I've never become a member on any YouTube channel, but as I have this on every time it's live, I thought I'm going into do it. Thank you very much indeed, Hazel, and a very warm welcome to you and all our other new members who've joined up today, and between the last show and this one as well, of course. John Grinham, nice engine cowlings livery on the United 787. Yes, with the new livery. It's a great deal going on there, really, is it? It's just white. That's on the old one. The new ones have got the new blue. That's the major change. Oh, hello. What's that? Is that Beechcraft or? Nice. Yes, thank you, Helen. Thank you, Hazel. Sorry. Can we beat it? St Morgan Air Show in Cornwall was the last time I saw something a pilot should not have done. Tornado GR3 wing swept right back, buzzed the control tower, then flew over the crowd. Those were the days. They were the days, Kevin. I remember quite clearly only like it was yesterday going to air shows with me dear old mum. She was great carting me off to these air shows and then driving me all the way there and all the way back. It's just great, isn't it? God bless her. But I just remember quite clearly on the way back just having the ringing of engines noises in my ears. Just fantastic. Telling all my mates when I got back to school after the summer holidays, but remembering those days of seeing the lightnings. We're talking about the old lightnings. This is not the modern day lightnings, but the old lightnings and the phantoms and the tornadoes and harriers coming flat out over the crowd line from behind you, and they were like quarter of a mile in front of you before you actually heard them. Just the most incredible experience and noise, and just, oh man, they really were the days when all the health and safety stuff wasn't even thought of back then. Terry G. Okay, since Wednesday I've been getting glitching viewing BGT on 1080 HD. Never happened before. Can't help you there, Terry. Obviously, if it was a major issue, then we would be. I don't know. Maybe it's just can't understand that one, Terry. Oh, that was the Beechcraft King Air Obi-Wan. Beechcraft King Air 360, that was. Leslie White used to live in Snodland. I used to take my parents to West Malling, a great warbird air show, yes. West Malling. It's going to be towed to go, right. Yes, West Malling. All, of course, I think the only thing left with West Malling or West Malling is the control tower now. It's a housing development at West Malling, all la-di-da houses and all that. But if you drive down there, you'll see all the street names, Mosquito Lane and places like that. Of course, it's a fighter station back in the war at West Malling. But now, like so many old airfields, housing development. John Wispier, my granddad worked on the Concorde engine development with Bristol Siddeley. He remembers them having problems with the blades cracking. Wow. Yeah, I'm guessing that was probably down to the it's those blades, quite small blades in comparison to these big giant ones of nowadays. And of course, so what did they do to counteract that? I'm guessing they probably introduced a different metal type, maybe. Of course, titanium. Yeah, got it. Titanium being one of the strongest materials, along with, of course, carbon. And of course, there is a mixture of carbtanium, I think they call it. An element that they use on aircraft in aircraft manufacturing now, carbtanium, where they have an element of titanium mixed in with the carbon. But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting to hear about the issues that they had with the fan blades cracking. Whether that was down to heat, friction, or stresses. What's that over the top of me? I can hear a prop over the top of me. Sounds Herculean. It's an ATR, is it? Oh, okay. Where's he? Jersey to Norwich. Can't see him. I can hear him. We should be going east from my position, shouldn't he? Is he? Maybe it's a divert. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, John, if your granddad worked on the Concorde, I don't know if he's still around. Great if he is, because our location, our new location from Heathrow Van Centre is a fantastic one for any Concorde fan out there with BOAB. I think it's BOAB, Alpha Bravo, beautifully in shot during our streams from there. Did you order it, GP? Lynn Jones, do pilots normally fly the same airplanes or does it vary? Lynn, it's not a daft question. We've said this so many times before. Please don't think that anyone's questions are in any way daft. But the answer to that would be the pilots will generally fly the same variant of aircraft. 777 pilot will switch sometimes between the 777-300 and the 200, the shorter and the longer variant. I'd imagine the 787 pilot the same, just so long as they are type rated on the aircraft in terms of because it's obviously a longer aircraft. And the only thing you need to consider there would be during taxiing and but no, generally they won't switch between the Airbus and the Boeing, for example. They will generally tend to fly the same make of aircraft, should I say. So it's his device that isn't handling the 1080. Okay, it's the telly, right, okay. Yeah. Sandy Humley. Harriers creeping up on the crowd at the air shows, yeah. Wow, VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing, had F-35B Lightnings flying during the fly past the other day alongside Vespina. Great to see them. They are the F-35B VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing variant of the F-35s that the RAF use. Bootle lad. Wow, where's he written that? Where's he written that? Alan Pottinger. When working for BA, I worked on the Rolls-Royce Olympus engine that was on Concorde. We had to put new cannula combustion chambers in as the originals were cracking badly around the fuel nozzles. Wow. Icelandair 767, 3 out, folks. So that would be literally that could be for any reason. That could be again the component, the metal used for those cannulas. I'm guessing that would maybe have been cannula combustion chambers. Wow. I bet those things got hot, didn't they? Gary Pitt, Barton Air Show, had a Air 2000 Boeing 757 flying down the crowd line one year. Yeah, I always remember Farnborough. No, not Farnborough, sorry. It was Biggin Hill when Virgin Atlantic 747 did a display or a fly past with the red arrows. Ooh, easy, son. Wow, that was pretty heavy, man. Smoke those mains. Pam Bowman, good morning from the United States of America. Morning to you, Pam, and all our friends out in the US. Mac Cat Lady. Anyone ever got to Swanton Morley? Sounds like an old RAF bomber station, Swanton Morley, doesn't it? Jack Haynes, when is Terminal 4 opening? Well, we're hoping midway through June. It was the June the 14th, we're hearing. Quite a bit of hold up for United down at that end at the moment. John Grinham, I missed the RAF Ascot VC-10 dropping in at Birmingham. Yeah. So we should have this SAS Icelandair 767 any moment now. Seeing on radar. Oh no, there she is. No, that's a 3. Oh yeah, 757. My apologies. A 757-300 with Icelandair. Dylan McTurk's 1-year-old sitting watching on the TV, shouting out Big Jet TV. Brilliant. Okay, here we go, folks. This is a good one. This is a classic. Big favourite of mine, of course. Don't see a lot of them here in the UK anymore. Although United were using some 757s recently, but I don't know if they've stopped using them now. Obi-Wan Kenobi, not a new member. Gary Werrett upgraded his membership to first class. Thank you, Gary. Great upgrade. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you here. I think keeping hold of these for a couple more years at least, until the 737 Maxes are RB211s. Look at her, man. Big long aeroplane. Lots of discussions for some time now about the 757 and why they haven't been able to re-engine it, especially as she's got such high undercarriage. She's got long, spindly undercarriage, so you know, having a larger look at the ground clearance on that engine. It's a lot of ground clearance there. So potentially, yes, they could have slung. I don't know what the. I don't think the LEAP engine would have been powerful enough to operate a 757-300. But you know, you have to think, of course, as to the reasons why, because the 787 has kind of taken that place. Yeah. Pilot standing on the brakes. A lot of auto braking though for these modern jets. Seymour Titan 321 freighter in next from Brussels, probably operating on behalf of Virgin Atlantic Cargo, I would imagine. She's got a VS call sign, right? Michael Barber, how long has the RB211 been in service now? Yeah, good question. Well, originally developed, I believe, for the 747, or perhaps the. It was certainly an option for the new variant of the 747. Boeing were desperately looking for a new engine to replace the old JTs that they were using, and was actually a bit of a, I believe from memory. So this is a freighter, believe it or not, folks. Freight door located at the front part. You can see the bottom of the freight door there, forward of the wing there. See the reinforcement, the flooring there. It's a converted jet. GmbH, the EFL, I think. It's either peeing it down with rain, or it's just a constant wind. Very windy. Marco Kane, RB11 RB211 development issues with and Rolls-Royce insolvency caused delay for the TriStar. Yes, of course. Yeah, that's very true. MNG pushed back. Thanks, Dave. John Grinham, great looking 321 cargo. Liz Matthewman liking the WestJet. Gary Jeffries, my favourite Canadian airline, WestJet. Lil Bits Creations. There's a new member. Welcome, Lil Bits. Jeff Anderson, United sure does have a lot of aircraft at London Heathrow. They certainly do. Very active here, along with United, with American Airlines, of course. OB1, the 78 KLM 747-200, the PHB UK can still be visited at the Aviodrome in Lelystad, the Netherlands. It still has the classic 3-man cockpit and is in combi layout. JF Bryson, are there any TriStars preserved or still flying? Not as far as I'm aware, JF Bryson, but you know, you never know. I mean, preserved examples. Flapping fish cakes. 380 on its way into Gatwick. Steve from the UK used to fly with Thomas Cook. Okay, who used to fly? What? That 321, that freighter? Liverpool 67. We get a 380 that's just gone over the top of us, GP. Helen Clapp, cold and windy in Kent. Yeah. Got 2 layers. Oh. Oh, Filton 216, he's right, yeah. That it is ex-Thomas Cook, that 321. That is fantastic, isn't it? Hey, yo! Tight ones. It's Thomas Cook. Lil Bits Creations, delighted to be travelling to see my family in 5 weeks on the Qantas 380 from London to Sydney after 4.5 years. Wow. That is fantastic. On the 4th, in 5 weeks. Okay, wow, on the Qantas 380, isn't that fantastic? Not only excited to see the family again, but also, of course, to be flying on the Qantas 380. Derek Thompson flew out of London Heathrow last Monday on a 787 British Airways. Amazing lightning strike on the starboard engine. Wow. Just goes to show how robust these things are, doesn't it? They build into that. Of course, it's got an inbuilt Faraday cage inside the carbon of the 787. Lines there. I think most aircraft, modern aircraft nowadays, have a lining, a Faraday lining, to protect the aircraft from lightning strikes. Of course, it's what's important. We've got a wow! Look at this. Got a rogue arrival, GP. Sky Cargo, right? Okay. Okay, shall I go down and pick it up? Oh, okay, folks. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Just going to nip down quickly and get me grub. Don't go anywhere. We've got an Emirates 380 inbound. No limit on DMs, is there? There's no limit on the amount of Blimey. This is the biggest bag ever. Sorry folks. Sandy Humvee, there's my right to the USA. Got the 380 original.
Normally, regardless of conditions, Emirates always lays it on thick with their reversers. We missed that KLM 747, yeah? Russell, Russell's wife landed on Virgin 136 from Orlando just before we came on. Ah. Oh God, somebody just mentioning that pesto that I am. Oh, that was the worst thing ever. That was the worst combination of anything ever. Oh yeah, smooth, man. Going to appear any moment. Any moment now. Isn't that ironic? I was just thinking about the Emirates 777 freighter. We haven't seen it for a while, and there's one turning in. That must have come in rogue. Oh, miles out. He's miles out. MNG are from Turkey, Helen. Oh, look at this, E2 E-Jet. With the launch customer, Vidaru. Oh, he's going flat out. It's a good looking jet, that. see it, the more I like it. Flown on it and all. Right, here we go. Bosh. Idle. Wow. That's something you don't see very often. Idle reverses. All on the brakes. Wow. See the empennage completely still, more or less. Usually shaking away from the thrust that's been thrown up over the wing. Crazy. So we have quite a number of different options for later on this month, folks. And we're just going to have to literally see what comes out first, because Louisville is something that we can do at any time. It's not like, you know, oh, you've got to be there at a certain date because there's something happening, blah blah blah. But yes, it would. Yes, it would. Yep. Because we're right in the heart of the sort of, like, you know, we're getting towards that air show season, aren't we? So there's, you know, quite a bit of juggling needing to be made here, and we'll obviously. No, Louisville's Kentucky, and it's not anywhere near Arizona. Well, I don't know if it's anywhere near, but it's not in Arizona. Louisville is in Kentucky. Here's the Qantas jet going out. QF10 to Perth. Lord Geeker, and the engines are often over grass. That's an old something that I mentioned many years ago, when I didn't realise that the reason for the aircraft only having inboard reversers was not because the outboard reversers are over the grass and therefore would pick up debris and send debris into the other engine. The reason for the A380 only having inboard reversers was because when it was originally developed, the aircraft was originally developed, Airbus actually developed the aircraft with no engine reversers, purely because I think there's I think it's 18 wheel, 20 wheels on the main set of gears, of which only I think 4 are non-braking. The rear set of the belly gear are non-braking. So around about 16 wheel braking. And when you talk about one wheel, you're talking about multiple sets of calipers and discs within each wheel, somewhere in the region of 6 per wheel assembly. So you can imagine how powerful the brakes are on an A380, in fact on any of these aircraft. So when Airbus developed the aircraft, they were that confident in the braking power of the aircraft that they developed it without any engine reversers. But the operators themselves, the airlines that were buying this aircraft, were, well, their feelings about that were, well, you know, that may well be the case, that it's got the stopping power of nothing like it, but we would still like to have that the option of reversers if we needed to. Let's just say they had a, you know, brake failure on multiple wheel sets. They would need, you know, as a fail-safe mechanism. So the manufacturers, Airbus, met them halfway and said, right, well, I can assure you that inboard reversers will definitely be enough, because these Trent engines, I think it's the Trent 900s on the 380, or the General Electric Pratt & Whitney power plants, 2 different variants of engines available, both pumping out exactly the same amount of power, but the decision was made that inboard reversers would be enough to stop the aircraft along with the brakes. So that is why they decided on the inboard reversers. No reversers on the outboard engines at all. There are no reversers on those engines, saving a considerable amount of weight as well, because the reverser systems weigh quite a lot. Nice. That's what I flew on out to Chicago. Stuart Watson. Chris Johnson. Deborah Lawrence, thank you very much. Here's the Qantas jet going out. All the way to Perth. Singapore Airlines 380 pushing. It's all right when the sun's out, this wind, I don't mind it, but as soon as I think a lot of people were thinking that one. 2008 John, Perth Direct, yes John. Perth Direct. Scott Shallcross. Lucy Roberts. Jeff Anderson, just my personal opinion here, but it seems to me that Big Jet TV is now the go-to place for mainstream media when something aviation goes on. Well, that's all down to you guys making it as popular as what it is, isn't it? So thank you. Or slats extended yet. Stuart Watson, Jerry, sounds blustery today. Crosswind down the runway. No crosswind. A very, very slight northeasterly, but I'd say it's more easterly than it is northeasterly. Rafe Levine, Qantas tail livery is the most stylish of all. There we go. 2008 John, how many hours to Perth? Is it 17 hours, is it? How many hours is it to Perth? Gerald Mark Jenkins, Perth Direct, that's some fuel usage involved. Yeah, but also a testament to the aircraft as well. Right down on the 1,000 foot mark. Go on, son. Nope. A little bit. No. Julie Richards is a new member. Welcome, Julie. Rachel Heath, I have a video of QF10 landing in Perth. Quite a few hits. That's fantastic, Rachel. Probably getting a few more now. Hammy Inc., that was great coverage of Jubilee fly past. Seeing the aircraft, the great thing was seeing the aircraft split up after going past Buckingham Palace. Yes, the first and second wave splitting off to the left, didn't it? Jason Matten attending the Farnborough International Air Show this year. Event dates. He's never been and he's looking forward to it. What's that? We say? Oh. John Stone, a great landing by the 777. Duncan 038, good afternoon to you. Oh. Cole Hanlon. Yeah, if you're going to do it, you've got to do it right. You've got to try and do it. It's no point in doing it half-heartedly, is there? Doing anything half-heartedly. You've got to put in the. You've got to be a grafter. Whatever line of business you're in, if you want to make a success of it, you've got to be a grafter. That is a 7810. Somebody asking earlier about the A350 1000. What is the equivalent with the 787? And that is it. The 7810, 787-10. Graham Beckett, hi Jerry, Condor 757-300 over Croydon. That's interesting. Matthew Bentley, Qantas is starting a direct route between London and Sydney in 2025. Thank you for that. Captain Mainwaring, morning Wilson. When are the thunderstorms? Well, Captain Mainwaring or Captain Mannering, not happening. I think we luckily avoided the thunderstorms. Oh. What's his name? What's his name? Julie Richards watching with her boy. Garang, is it Garain watching with her son? Her son Garang. Julie Richards and her son Garain watching. A big shout out to both of you. And there she is, Julie Richards, a new member with her son Garain. Who's enjoying watching the show. Great to see you, and Julie tracking the aircraft on flight radar. That's a proper old workhorse, that is. Always makes me think of the start of COVID, that aircraft, when I see it, because she was one of the first aircraft put into operation as a Praetor, as they were called back then, being utilised to carry PPE from China to the UK, along with so many other aircraft, passenger jets being converted to Praetors, passenger freighters. First time that terminology has ever been used. That isn't a 7810, is it? That's a 789, isn't it, I think? Sorry, my apologies, folks. Oh, it is a 7810, sorry. Oh, sorry, pronounced Geraint. Geraint! A very good afternoon to you and your mum, Julie. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Jason Mattin, you looked sharp on Thursday. Well, I just had to, out of respect for the Queen and the royal event, don some quality threads rather than the usual attire, like what I look like today. The good blisters. Gorgeous wing profile of that incoming 787. Great shot. Jerry Sanj Sharma saying, "Thank you, Sanj." There's the Singapore Slinger. Singapore Airlines were, as I mentioned last time on the show, we were here. Look at that size comparison, man. When Airbus announced the option for the A380-900, was it? I think. Don't think anyone took up the option. Singapore Airlines, however, Airbus were offered them a replacement to swap out all of their 380 fleet with new aircraft, with new 380s. Not quite sure how far that went actually, in terms of the agreement, and whether Singapore are still continuing to operate their original fleet of A380-800s. Thank you, John Stoner. Jeff Anderson, first 380 I ever saw was Singapore 380 in Sydney on my first visit to Australia in 2012. Yes, she was the inaugural A380 to operate into London Heathrow. And ironically, I think she was the first. Wasn't she the first to return after COVID as well? The 380, the Singapore 380, which we covered. Yeah. Pretty sure she's pretty good. Hammy Inc. Yes, member only chat from now until our good friends at YouTube managed to find a solution to be able to weed out the spammers, because that's the problem that millions of people around the world are having on live streams, is spammers. Spam. Yeah, not a good thing. And when we do have a channel like this, which is family friendly, we don't have any nasty talk on here. We do not, zero tolerance to that. So, if people find themselves getting timed out for any particular, that is generally the only reason why it will happen, unless they flunk the rules and ignore us asking, which is a great shame. So, but thankfully it's a very rare occurrence. John Stoner, my first 380 I saw was Qantas at Heathrow. Qatar 380, 19 minutes out. Joe Thompson saying, Scott Hall, lucky to see the Emirates 380 at Gatwick every day I work, as they moved to gate 557, which is also right at our EasyJet crew room. Fantastic. Should see that Qatar 380 at the northern Stuart Pritchard, some of the Condor planes, mainly 320 and 321, are getting painted at Norwich Airport. Condor 757-300 was in a couple of days ago for the new colours. Okay, there we go. Maybe that's why we saw it. Or heard that it was over Croydon. Wow, Air Serbia making a bit of noise. Oh God, yeah. That's one we do miss. David Schoenfeld. So BA wet leases Finnair aircraft. Well, you're kind of answering it yourself there, David. If it's a wet lease, that is crew inclusive. It's a dry lease, it's just the aircraft. But I'd imagine, because wet leases crew both cabin and flight as well. So I'm thinking that it's interesting, because you would imagine that they would be BA cabin crew on those jets. What is probably cheaper for them to dry lease them, seeing as they've got cabin crew available, or have they? Why are they leasing those jets? Is it to cover for unavailable aircraft? Is it to cover for extra demand? And if there's more demand there, then maybe they haven't got the cabin crew available or the flight crew available, and therefore they're wet leasing them. But it is interesting to look at it from Finnair's point of view as well, that Finnair have these all these aircraft available to lease out to British Airways. With what? David Wells is a new member. Welcome, David. And we have also Jim is a new member as well. Jim, welcome, Jim. Jim Vivarutsos. Yeah. Thank you, John P. Very kind of you.
Wayne Hartshaw. Oh, well, okay then.
Wayne asking, is there any big reason why none of the American carriers took the 380? Good question. Wow, that's a light 787 going out in it. Sorry, I'm hiccuping on me cookie. Oh, we're gonna get a funky shot here. Gonna get a funky shot. Yeah. You love that. Yeah, good question there. I mean, obviously, you got to think back to Airbus would have no doubt approached the likes of American Airlines, United, most definitely as the international carriers representing the US. Well, I'm not sure whether at the beginning that they maybe signed LOIs, letters of intention, with Airbus, but obviously there were significant delays, and quite a number of operators actually pulled out after the first delays were announced, Virgin Atlantic being one of them. Virgin were actually slated to be getting their 380, but you know, both at that time the big US carriers were still operating the 747, and yes, it's good that it is interesting that you mentioned, Wayne, that perhaps it was swearing allegiance to Boeing with the American carriers. However, you know, they still operate Airbus aircraft, but it may have been a case of some airlines and operators deciding, well, we'll give the other ones a chance first and see how well it operates in terms of its fuel burn and its operational capacity and what it can do. And maybe just as the years went by, you know, Boeing would have no doubt gone to those operators and said, look, well, why go for the 380 when we're offering the 747 intercontinental variant? You know, because the intercontinental 747 was, I believe, introduced as a competitor for the A380. It wasn't, I don't think, as popular, unfortunately. And of course, at that point in time as well, later on, as the years went on, the cost of fuel and the advancement in engineering in terms of the super twins, like the 777 and the A350. The A350 was obviously developed, quite soon after the 380. And Airbus learning a lot from the A380 program and introducing that into the 350 program. So yeah, it's an interesting debate, I have to say, a very interesting debate, and one that would be worthy of a documentary. I mean, I wouldn't imagine millions of people would watch it, but it would be very interesting to interview people from Boeing, people from the American carriers, people from Airbus, to see what the timeline was back then. Of course, a lot of those people would have retired now, but very interesting to know, to see what was going on behind the scenes in terms of the negotiations between Airbus and the American carriers, because they would have approached them. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the American operators they attend these big air shows like the Paris Air Show, where no doubt that was, I think 380 was introduced at Paris for the air show there. Is it Orly? Is it Paris Orly? I think. And of course Boeing would have invited, the big American carriers, all the Asian carriers, of course British Airways and the British carriers would have gone into their chalet and had a bit of time with them, sat down with them, had a meeting with them to pitch the aircraft, at the end of the day. It's all very it's a cutthroat business, isn't it? A little bit of what? Oh, is it? Delta Phil, I think it came too late. Most airlines were looking for at two-engine extended range jets coming on stream. Yeah, and of course let's remember, folks, that the development of these aircraft is many years ahead before we even sort of obviously nowadays with the with how quick news spreads on social media compared to what it was way back then, before the advent of Google and so on and so forth, where back then news would filter very slowly. You'd have to look into you'd have to look at Flight magazine and stuff like that, the classic Flight magazine, to see what new developments were were being planned by the manufacturers. And you'd see these much like you used to see car manufacturers. What's that, GP? What's that? Well, I don't know about that. It's an interesting discussion, isn't it? I don't think it's all. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it was patriotism towards Boeing. I don't think it was anything to do with that. I think, like loyalty towards. Don't think there was. At the end of the day, if an aircraft manufacturer is offering an aircraft that's extremely, potentially a game changer, then they'll airlines will go with it. I mean, look at how look at the MAX program and how many operators went with that and still have gone with that. But then again, look now at the look at look at Airbus and how successful they are with the single aisle programs, with the A320, the Neo that's now come on stream, and you know, so, BA 380 about 30 minutes out. Alex Newbold saying. Jeanette McKenzie quite enjoyed the Lisbon stream. Hope you did, Jeanette. Wow, it's another light 777 going out there, man. Wow. Hello. That's got London on it, that aircraft. It's not done a flight test, is it? Keep an eye on that. It's got London on it. Oh, okay, it's going to Gatwick, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, I've just read it wrong then, haven't I? Oh no, LGW, my apologies. Yeah, it's going to Gatwick. Is that a positioning flight, maybe? Fernando Villarreal. Cheers, Big Jet TV. Autopilot 380 needs special runway curvature and strength, plus gate capacity and 2-level loading. Yes, that is possibly another reason why. But of course, US airports had to accommodate it because of the you know, the Asian carriers and the European carriers, Lufthansa, British Airways, and so on and so forth, as well as Singapore Airlines, Air France at the time. The aircraft, I think Gatwick already had the length of runway available to accommodate the 380. It was actually, you know what? I think they might have extended it ever so slightly. I think they might have extended the Gatwick runway. More than likely, probably saw that Sky Team livery 767 at Atlanta, when we were in Atlanta. Of course, if you're a new member to Big Jet TV, remember you can go back in the archives now. We've got an extensive library of international shows that we've done. Have a browse through there, pick out something that you fancy. The recent Memphis show was an absolute humdinger when it was strong, but between the aircraft, we did take a few little detours and go and do a couple of drives out with our members, which was quite good fun. Look at us. Wow, that's a sharp bank. Keep it under 30 degrees, I think it is, isn't it? Generally. That's a beautiful sight, isn't it? What's that? Boeing what? Qatar A350. What? Why would they buy a 350? Wow. She's still low, isn't she? Look at that. The shallow climb rate. Now she's going. In order to have them buy Boeing 777s. Lord Geeker, yeah, Airbus helping develop hydrogen engines with the A380. Yeah, I don't know if that is solely an Airbus plan, a development, or whether they have got other companies on board. I'd imagine they probably have, but yeah, that hydrogen engine we expect to see. They're using their testbed A380, their family jet, and that engine will be bolted to the side of the aircraft, which is going to be a fantastic thing to see over the next few years when that thing comes into development. Of course, they are testing extensively with that aircraft for sustainable aviation fuel as well. So that's something that we like to keep in tune with, so to speak, when we're down in Toulouse. Sanshama, there were no US carriers that bought the 747-8 for passenger use either, if I'm not mistaken. You are correct there, Sanj. I think that it's a bit like way back in the day when you remember Pan American turned around to Boeing and said, look, we need a 4-engine jet, we need a big jet aeroplane to cover the demand in passenger numbers that are just increasing. Boeing threw everything at the 747 and nearly went bankrupt in the development stages. What he gives on reverses. Right, reverses active. Array of, look at it. Even the ailerons being used as speed brakes. like I say, if you get a flight on the A380, sit somewhere near that wing, folks, because to look out over that wing is just it's just incredible, so impressive. Not carbon, not like the A350 wing, not a carbon wing. Obviously, probably I would imagine has many carbon components within it, but unlike the A350 and the 787 wing, which is a 90% carbon component, the largest single piece of carbon ever used on an aircraft. Obviously the fuselage on the 350 and the 787 woven. Actually, it's two different types, I think. The A350 manufacturing technique versus the Boeing manufacturing technique. The 787 is cylindrical. It is a cylindrical type of manufacturing of the carbon, with the whole fuselage itself being almost spit, like a spit roast almost, and the carbon weaving itself around to make up that those different fuselage segmented components. The 350 is the Airbus manufacturing technique is slightly different, using sheeting, I think, rather than woven style. Wing seems to have more flex like 787. 380 wing. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the 380 wing does have more flex built into it. I think that may be something down to the fact that that was Jim Kay mentioning that it is still an alloy wing on the 380. And therefore, you know, there was more flex built into it. But, you know, the 350 wing certainly seems to be a lot stiffer, but you can definitely see a significant amount of flex in the 380 wing. But, of course, the 787 wing, even though it's carbon, a lot stiffer than alloy, it has that flex not only built into it. When she's on the ground, she's pretty straight. You can actually see a couple of wing profiles that I'm talking about. With the 350, the wing root certainly starts a lot lower down than the 787. Appears to be anyway. So therefore, that natural wing. That wing profile is naturally built into the segment of the wing, from the fuselage out to the inboard section of the wing of the engine. Whereas on the 787, it's a little bit straighter, but then from the engine outboard, outwards of that of the engine, that's where all the flex comes in with the 787. And what I'm talking about here is, you can see here with the 350, it appears that the wing root is slightly lower down. You can't really get a good idea of that because we're looking at it from sort of like a side angle, but with the 787 you can see it's slightly higher up, but that outboard section that you're looking at there is where all the flex comes in. But you can see with the 787 how highly pitched that wing already is when she's on the ground, as opposed to the 350, which is pretty straight. Nice. Thai 777. Always great to see Thai. Copper cheaping. Pardon me. Wi-Fi's gone off, is it? This is 787 Flex right there. Do is I could possibly try and switch out the that one to the switch it to the other the Wi-Fi connection. Jim K 380 wing, more gull-like shape. Yeah, all these wings do have amazing wing profiles when you look at them. And funny enough, the 787 is more or less the straightest of them all when you look at a 787 wing. But when you look at that thing in flight, it is incredible, the amount of wing flex. I saw this one the other day. What is on the side of this one? It's a cucumber. I know. Puerto Rico. Oh, Puerto Rico. Sorry. My apologies to all Puerto Ricans. So quite a lot of jets sitting, waiting for gate. I've been monitoring these single aisle, these single aisle Airbus jets with British Airways that have been sitting, waiting for their gates. That particular one there, from Dalaman. Now it's not showing when it landed, but I've been noticing that there's been a lot of British Airways jets that have been parked up. It's not as if there's lack of gate space, I have to be honest with you. There's a few gates, empty gates there, but it just obviously is something to do with personnel maybe available to receive that aircraft, or receive these aircraft, should I say. Yeah, love to do that, want to do that, will do that. Yes. Squiddle! South is nice, thank you. Pronounced it very concisely. Puerto Rico. Yeah. Daryl Nichols, perhaps Jerry and Jenny, you can do a short tour of shows. A short tour of shows from some Asian airports in the near future. Well, we'd have to go out there more than once, Daryl, unless you want to find me 6 foot under somewhere, you know, from, you know, short. Give me a chance. No! Yes, but Alan, yeah, we are desperate to go out and do some shows from the Asia. Yeah, desperate to do that. Certainly Haneda. That's for sure. That's one in particular that we're. Narita is one that we want to do because it gets windy out there. Doing them all over the period of one visit would probably be you know detrimental to my health, I'd imagine. But it's always worth just going back there. People are quite amazed at the amount of you know, because obviously need to appreciate that don't want to overkill it is what we want to do. You don't want to overkill it, so you know, rather go to you know, one destination and then another one. It's in my pocket for God's sake. Autopilot. Sorry I missed you guys at Memphis. I've yet to see that show, but look forward to it. Okay, Autopilot. Not seen. It was Autopilot who was going to meet me at Memphis, was it? He was going to come say hello, or no? Oh, okay. Oh, he's a FedEx pilot. Yeah, right. Autopilot with FedEx, of course. Yeah! Big old load of wing flex there, man. Culmination of braking and the reversers all together in one action. Of course, the reversers will cause a significant amount of turbulent air that will flow underneath the wings and cause it to flex around. Flex around now! Nice show. Marina Halley. Parents flying today to Tenerife from Doncaster. Wow. Oh, Marina Halley, sorry. Yeah, we don't want to kill Jerry. Come on, mate. You just got back. You've had a day to get your head together. Come on. Get back on that plane and... Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Oh, it'd be great, wouldn't it? does make me wonder about. They say about goldfish or fish not having any memory. How do they know every time you come there to feed them? Then how come they come to the top of the tank then? Oh, oh, oh! You know. Yeah, 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 yeah. There you go. No, no. It's not like they swim from one end of the tank to the other and go, oh, hello, what's that? Oh, is that go up the other end and like, oh, what's that? What's that? Oh, yeah, no, go up the other end and go, oh, hello, what's that then? It's like, yeah, you just saw it 20 seconds ago, mate. But no, it's not like that though, is it? It's like, you know, from my memory from having goldfish back in the day where you used to win a goldfish at the fair, how cruel was that, man? How cruel was that? All them goldfish in them plastic bags that lasted like a day. You know, you'd find it floating at the top of the tank the next day. You bought all the stuff for it and everything. Anyway, yeah, when you feed them, man, you know, I mean, if they got no memory, why wouldn't they just, you know, immediately go to the bottom of the tank and like hide underneath the biggest rock they can find because they think some bloke's coming in there to flipping murder them, because, or whatever it might be, they wouldn't even know what that is anyway. It's like, you know, you got to have some memory, ain't you? Otherwise you wouldn't know how to breathe. In, out. Anyway, yeah, back to the planes. Yeah. Now, what was that all about? I think it was Wednesday. Oh no, it was Thursday. I don't know, but yeah. No, there was a tweet or something I saw, Julie. It came up on my phone. Oh, okay. International Cabin Day Crew Day. International Cabin. Easy for you to say. So there's the A330 wing. Oh. All 380. Thank you, Emmy. But we'll add my fish has more intelligence than some humans. Yeah, but, can understand that for sure. Okay. Chris C, my first 380 flight in 6 weeks. I'm really looking forward to it. Wow, Chris, try and get a seat over the wing, mate. You definitely want to try and do that. I can assure you. You won't. It's just the most impressive thing. I mean, sitting on the top deck, yeah, fair enough. You know, all very well and good. But to be honest with you, you get more of a feel of the aircraft if you sit on the bottom deck, especially over the wing, and just be prepared for the big clonk as the undercarriage, all that big heavy undercarriage, lifts up into the into the bays, and the doors close behind them. Bosh! Wow, that was pretty heavy, man. John Murphy, good afternoon to you. Watford FC, we sat overlooking the wing flying to Dubai with Emirates, and my God, how big is that wing? Unbelievable. There you go. Yeah, so impressive, man. Especially if you're sitting slightly behind it as well, or where you can see all the flight surfaces working, and especially if you can see those ailerons right at the far end of the wing, and you can see how they are all split into 3 different segments, I think it is. That's why they call it the dance of the ailerons. David Holden, BA is the best looking A380. The livery fits so well. There we go. Oh, Egypt Air. Hello, mate. Well, that's a name that I don't recognise, Gilly. Never seen. It's a shame. You know, please, it is always a shame if people think that I either ignore people's comments or anything like that. Please don't think that. It's a great shame when people say that, you know, they're being ignored. It's going so fast. I just miss your comments. Please, I've said it so many times before. Please try again if I miss your comment. Get involved in the chat with other folks on there as well. But I do apologise if I've missed people's comments. Clark, Jack Van Dix. Suppose the 380 is the biggest thing flying after the 225 qualifier. Jack Van Dix, yes. Well, the the A380 is the largest commercial passenger aircraft in the world. Has always been. In terms of its capacity for passengers, its passenger capacity. The 747-8I is, I think, ever so slightly longer, 1 metre or something like that, or half a metre longer. But yes, guessing that the 747-8 freighter is now the has taken the top step for largest freighter as well, has it not? I mean, in terms of capacity and capability, I'm guessing the 124 is the largest in terms of loading options. You know, when you consider that the AN 124 has front load and rear load capability, ramp loading aircraft, squats down on the ground. 747-800 is of course nose load capability out through the front, boing, and the and of course has a main deck cargo door as well. Take most everything. Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing about it, isn't it? It is. Yeah, please, folks, don't feel that, you know, that it's. Yeah, it's very difficult to please to please everybody. You know, literally, it is very, very difficult to please everybody because, you know. You know, I want to see as many people. I want to see everybody getting involved in the chat. You know, whether you're brand new, whether you've been here for 4 years or however long you've been here for. We get so many people who message us saying that they just don't get involved in the chat because it seems that they feel a little bit overwhelmed by the amount of people that sort of like seem to. It's a bit like that age-old thing I talk about, like walking in a pub or walking in a bar and the piano's playing and all the locals are like ding ding ding, God bless you and all that, and then someone walks in through the doors and, you know, geezer stops playing the piano, everybody looks behind them like who are you? You know, don't feel like that, please. Do not feel like that. I do not want you to feel. I want you to feel you are as welcome as everybody here, whether you've been here for 5 minutes or 5 years. There's nothing to stop you getting involved, folks. Nothing to stop you getting involved at all. And I do want more interaction, please. Please get involved in the chat. You know, ask questions, talk about aviation. You know, just get involved if you want to get involved. That is, a lot of people. I don't like to use the word lurking because that's sort of like, to me, it's a little bit of a, I don't know. But a lot of people like to say that they lurk in the background. But it's the fact that you support us. You know, that you support me, the channel. That makes it a little bit, you know, difficult for me, because the fact that you do that, you do support us, but don't get involved in the chat for whatever reason it might be. I just, please, if you do feel in any way sort of like a little bit overwhelmed by it, please don't feel that way. We're all adults, and it's all you know. It's all very easily, we can all talk together, it's not a problem at all. I think this 350's in a bit of a hurry, isn't he? Now he's slowed down. See how long that 350-1000 is. Long aeroplane, man. 351K, I think, is longer than the A380, I believe. Not by a crazy amount, but I think it's ever so slightly longer. Obviously, the 380 is larger than it is longer, if you know what I mean. Maybe I need to switch this mic out. How long have we been live for, GP? Do that now while I've got a chance. Stand by. Sorry about that. Check, 1 2 1 2. It's up. A bit sketchy there. How many what? Sorry? Oh, really? Return to member. Lord Thomas McRae. Very good afternoon to you, Lord Thomas McRae. Roger Abbott is a returning member. Welcome back to First Class, Roger. Good to see you here. Mr. Big Daz 107 Virgin has a great 350 livery too. Yes, it does. Hard to sort of like, I mean, I do like the BA livery does fit very well on their 350. But the Virgin, I don't know, there's just something about the fact that it's got that pearlescent white to it. It blends beautifully with the ruby red. Oh, Alan Tonkinson, ANA's 380s look the best. Yeah. Is this BA 350 literally done a 180? I think she has, hasn't she? San Diego. Yeah, she has. So she's waiting for a gate. There's nothing worse, is there? There's nothing worse. I think she's going in there where that 380 is coming out, possibly. But really, there is nothing worse, is there, than arriving on a long haul flight to your destination and having to wait another 30-40 minutes sitting on the tarmac whilst you're waiting for the gate to open. Lee Turner is a returning member. Welcome back, Lee. Great to see you here. Given Goduck 572, have Etihad still got the models on the roundabout near T4? No, Given Goduck. They were removed a few years ago now, pre-COVID. All that's left there are some silver balls. Oh, I say. Yeah, nobody's sponsoring T4 at the moment. Umesh Patel saying ANA, agree, ANA 380 livery is the best. Jeanette McKenzie, I'd love to fly the 380 but love the Emirates as it goes from Manchester. Is it the same as BA? Stupid question, I know. I'd love to fly the 380 but love the Emirates as it goes from Manchester. Is it the same as BA? Stupid question. Jeanette, are you talking about the aircraft? And yes, it is the same aircraft, exactly the same, just a different operator. British Airways that you're looking at there. There's Qatar 380 in the background. Basically, oh, it's him again. Look, has he come back again? Is this? Easy, son. I mean, is this the SAS jet again? It's not the same one, is it? Lawn dart. It's the same one, is it? I mean, he's doing the rounds today, isn't he? Oh, okay. No, it's not the same one. No such no. One of the biggest questions we get asked, believe it or not, folks, after in the comments and beyond is what camera do you use? And I'll be honest with you, when I talk to professional camera operators, they are always amazed that all we use is this perfectly produced Panasonic VX1. It's a great little camera, and it's, I would say, a budget camera, because it's anybody looking to do any sort of videography or anything like that, not just aviation, but anything long range. I mean, it's just incredible. There's no other camera like it. We're not sponsored in any way by Panasonic. I just like to give kudos to those products that do exactly what they say they do on the tin. But I don't think that Panasonic themselves even appreciate how good this camera is. Paul Cartledge, good afternoon to you, Paul. Billy B16A is a new member. Welcome, Billy. And Sarah Payne is a new member also, and Andy G, very warm welcome to everybody. Get involved in the chat. Please get involved in the chat. We want to see you getting more interactive, folks. As many of you as possible. Fiona Anderson, still learning questions I want to ask have already been asked and answered. Well, Fiona, whatever question that might come to mind, you and anybody else, please make sure that you don't hesitate in asking. So this is an Airbus A220. Might hear a little bit of a whistle. Nice. Interesting to see the speed brakes. Look like the old A300 speed brakes, don't they? Look at that. Never noticed that before on the A220. Got those like a little bit like snow shovels. Look right through them. Look, you can see right through those engines, man. How crazy is that? High bypass ratio. That's what I call high bypass ratio. And what they mean by that is the high bypass of air that goes past the core of the engine and is used as thrust by the front fan, the main fan. So around about 70% of ingested air is used to propel the aircraft forward by way of the fan itself. Of course, the combustion part of the engine is used to power the whole engine and therefore powers the front fan as well. So it's all elementary, all works together as a system, and only 30% of the core of the engine is used for forward thrust, which is incredible when you think of how advanced these engines are. Hence fuel burn being at a premium. That's what you're looking for, is to minimize fuel burn and increase efficiency of the engine by way of the front fan propelling the aircraft forward. Roger Abbott is a returning member. Welcome, Roger. Good to see you here. Is it Sandra Moffat asking, Jerry, is it the actual speed of the aircraft on the runway which automatically... Oh, I've missed that one. My comments are going all funny, Jilly. Can you ask that one again, please? I've missed that one. So I think she was asking, is it the speed on the runway that determines the braking? John Grinham, Swiss livery really suits the A220. Bootlad, Helen Clapp, Stuart Watson. Blue Angels are good, but then you have the US Air Force Thunderbirds. the originals of aerial demo teams. Watford FC, does anyone know of an app where I can maybe check seat configuration and check routes? Watford FC, good question that. Yes, there are. Basically, go to the operator, for instance, BA. You can check your, just Google it, to be honest with you, Watford FC. Google anything you want to, anything you want to find out, Google it. Seat Guru as well, Watford FC. Seat Guru is a good one. Esther Leacock, that's why I love watching Big Jet TV. Lots of aviation information, not just from myself, but also stuff that I've learned from my members and also from general research. Always good to Google, folks. Mark Appleby, any plans to return to Skiathos? Yes, Mark, most definitely. We are definitely going to be going back to Skiathos. It's all about booking it at the right time and what availability they have for accommodation. That's the biggest factor, really, to be honest with you. Martin Smith, will Big Jet be going to Farnborough this year? We are planning to, Martin. That's something I need to follow up and chase up when I get back next week. And indeed, Boom are going to be there at a chalet. They're going to have a chalet showing off their supersonic development aircraft, which, you know, there's all sorts of speculation about that, but bear in mind, please, folks, that the Boom aircraft is not a replacement for Concorde. It's not even. It's about half the size of Concorde, if not less. It's really a very advanced supersonic. Well, what is supposed to be planned as a supersonic private jet. It will be a small jet which will have supersonic capabilities. It's only going to be seating 50 people, but for us aviation fans, it's obviously something that we're very excited to see, and of course we will be hopefully speaking to Boom about doing something with them in the future. And I'd imagine that Boom will be coming to Farnborough to pitch the aircraft to potential buyers. I think in today's economic situation, it might be quite a hard sell, but there's still a lot of money out there, and for private charter firms and private jet operators, what's that? Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Yes, domestically within the US, it may well be a very efficient form of travel. You know, from New York to LA, from New York to LA. Blimey. Is that just my flight radar playing up a little bit? Oh, blimey, missed that, mate, missed that! Rwanda Air 330. Of course, we were invited by Rwanda Air on their inaugural A339 flight which never happened. Never left. Still operating the 330 CEO jets, which is what this is. But due to whatever reasons, financial or what, Rwanda never ended up taking delivery of their 339s. Went on to other carriers. What's the glide capability of the 380 if all engines fail with it being such a big plane? Well, Andy, I mean, the aircraft, it's not sort of discussion I like to have, but, if let's just say it lost control at 40,000 feet, halfway across the Atlantic, it would be, I'm not sure, because you have to take into consideration the winds, if it's flying into a headwind, and also the capacity, how many people it's got on it. It would obviously need to, the chances of that happening are millions to one. All engines going down. The only time you'd ever get a situation where all engines failed would be, as is what happened with that BA 747 when it flew through volcano ash cloud, forcing all the engines. The fan blades got gunked up with the ash. It solidified onto the fan blades and also onto the compressor blades, causing it to stop, causing the engines to stop. Then of course the aircrew, and not only that, but the aircrew also had to deal with the fact that the ash, almost the equivalent of sandblasting the windshield, gave them almost zero visibility. So they not only had to contend with the engines being inoperative, but also with the windshield itself not being able to have minimal visibility. So having to rely heavily on their instruments when eventually they did get the engines restarted by dropping altitude. Once they were out of the cloud, they were able to get the engines restarted one by one. Whether that was as a result of the speed of the aircraft, literally chunks of the ash coming off the blades, or what it was that caused the blades to be operative again, but they were very lucky. They obviously had to glide it for a certain amount of time. I believe they started them and then they failed again, but eventually managed to fire them up and got them home, got themselves home safely, and a big testament to those pilots as well, I have to say, because that's the worst thing you could possibly imagine happening, losing all four engines. But in the instance of it happening, it all does depend on how heavy the aircraft. If it's a transatlantic flight, then obviously it would have to divert to the nearest land mass, which halfway across the Atlantic you'd have to figure whether he's gonna, I don't think, if he's halfway across it, I don't think he has the capability of gliding for 4 hours, put it that way. Because you'd also have to consider what the pilots would be discussing would be, right, well look, to be honest with you, it's almost a discussion that is kind of pointless, because it's fair enough you're having one engine fail on you, unless you have a mass problem with the fuel system, delivery system, where all engines are, where you've got maybe some kind of something in the fuel tanks which stops the fuel from being delivered. Much like what happened with the 777 a few years back, where the ice had gathered in the filters, in the fuel filters, but that was only when the aircraft was literally on finals, and the ice build-up surged forward and blocked the injectors, so the engines would not power up and just were at idle on approach. So, but these things do have a tremendous capability of being able to glide, but altitude is your friend when you lose an engine. Of course, that's the big thing. You need altitude to be able to not only have distance, but also to be able to troubleshoot stuff. Oh, this is what I was on in my dreams. This is what my dreams were last night in the lounge. Flight deck lounge. Bookcases and bookshelves and wallpaper and a lamp. And I remember in the dream I said to the crew, "This is a dream, isn't it?" I actually said, "This is a dream, isn't it?" Because I seem to remember seeing a chimney. There was a chimney, and I was like, "No, this is wrong. This is definitely wrong. This cannot be a flight deck of a 777." And it was definitely an Air Canada 777 as well. It was funny. You had to be there, but trust me, it was funny. Roger Abbott. Sarah Payne went to London City Airport yesterday. Love to watch them take off. We have to. Surely Hodges got to be our. What's the capacity of London City at the moment? Is it getting back to? Yeah. No, it's not so much that, mate. It's the backdrop. It's the backdrop. I'm miles behind on the chat. Sorry, folks. See, that's why sometimes people may think that I've missed their comment or whatever, because when I'm so far behind in the comments, I have to scroll up. So if I've missed your comment, please come back and ask again. Jack Van Dix, that's not a Dreamliner, it's a 777. Did I say a Dreamliner? Did I say a Dreamliner? Dreamliner? No, in my dream. In my dream, Jack. It was a dream. I was on a 777 in my dream. Clive Clark's coming back next week on Air Canada 777. Hopefully not the one in my dream, but if it is, make sure you are asked to go up front where you will experience that amazing lounge. Bookcases and oh dear, very funny indeed. Giving Goduck 572, what I'm reading, business travel is not far off pre-COVID levels. There we go. Yes, indeed. Forward travel is your friend. Air speed over the wings. You need a minimal amount of air speed in order to gain lift or maintain lift. Paul Skilling, Emirates 380 in 5 minutes, followed by the Qatar 777-300. Should be able really to see the Emirates 380 unless she's literally turned on to finals. Maybe that's her now, I don't know. Oh, look at the little tower. Look at him. Big fluffy tail. Still take your flipping head off if you're standing behind it, I tell you. A couple of CFMs on it as well. Power to weight ratio must be awesome on that 318. That's an Airbus A318, folks. The smallest of the Airbus family. I'm guessing that the 220 has now taken the place of the 318. Maybe. AVGEEK Air Canada's 767 that ran out of fuel due to a mix-up in the measurement units, became known as the Gimli glider. It served with Air Canada for many years after the event. Remember an A3? Wasn't it A330 that landed on a was it 767? I thought that Gimli glider was a 330. Was it 767? Was that the one that landed on a disused airfield that they were having a oh, what was it? 767? Was it? Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry. It was a 767. Yes. My apologies. Yeah. Sorry. Of course it was. The Gimli glider. Yeah. Or was it the one where a couple of kids were on the runway playing around on their bicycles or something, and had to scatter? Yeah, it was a drag day that, or something like that. Yeah. Yes. I'm guessing that, as I was saying earlier on, that Iceland Air are going to keep hold of their 757s for the foreseeable future, because obviously they're still waiting for their 737 Maxes to be delivered. Oh, interesting. Dylan McTurk, the first officer who saved Captain Tim Lancaster when he got sucked out of the cockpit, is now a 737 captain with Jet 2. That was a, wasn't that a Trident or something? Was it a Trident or a, that you got? Rene Corticas next weekend spotting at Schiphol. Sounds like fun, Rene. Life begins at 40 truck. Good morning to you. What Jeep was that? Did we get a shot, a Jeep in shot or something? Kaboom! What's that? gate waiting going on. Come on, son. Come on. Ah. 5 greens. Oh, is this Air China? She's going to go straight to the cargo hub. Test Kit Express. Proper workhorse, this one. Wow. That would look spectacular in the wet, man. A couple of new members. Well, returning members. Andrew Williams upgraded his membership to first class. Thank you, Andrew. And Henry Armstrong is a new member. Welcome, Henry. Good to see everybody here. Good to see all our new members here. Just remember, folks, next week we have no midweek show. We're going to release something. I'm going to do a little a link from Spain, where I'm on holiday next. Well, I say on it. Where I am on a golf. I have a golf tournament that I do every year, once a year. So we're going to release something for you folks next week on Wednesday, so you can. And I will, of course, be back next weekend after I get back. I'm back on Friday. Oh, greased it. Look at that. Wouldn't have even felt that. Go on, son. Turn it on. Maybe not. Wow. My hat's going to blow off in a minute. This flipping wind's so strong. Does it ever stop blowing the wind here in England anymore? Richard Bushell, United has ordered the boom. I mean, really? Wow. I heard that they were talking to Boom or the manufacturers about it, but to hear that they've actually ordered it. Oh. BAC 111. What was a BAC 111? Oh, it was a 111, not a Trident. Right, okay, apologies. So Qatar, what is the latest? Surely that Qatar / Airbus court issue has now finished, hasn't it? It's been concluded, I would have thought. What was the conclusion? I think I heard that the court ordered Airbus to take off the cancellation of the single aisle jets that they had, that Qatar had on order with them, i.e. the Airbus A321 Neos and so on and so forth. From what I hear, anyway. Obviously a separation issue there, is it? Because that's Saudi Arabian Airlines, is it? Rogue landing on 09 right. Oh right, okay. I know, I remember talking about them discussing it with them. Okay. The thing is, Gilly, that I remember seeing an article by Boom themselves, and the artist's impression, because obviously they don't, I mean, they've got mock-up models of it, but they don't have a full-sized mock-up at this stage, and the impression that I got was that it looked very square and very sort of like dated and old. It almost TU-144 square. It didn't have any sort of like, you know, classic lines to it or anything like that, like you would expect a modern day supersonic jet to have. I'm imagining that they've cleaned that up and made it look a lot more sort of like, or at least you know, in. Okay. Oh, Rex Magnum. Okay. How can you call it an airliner? It's only got 50 seats. That's not classified as an airliner, is it? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've got good luck to them. I think it's a brilliant. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Well. Okay, well, that's brilliant. I think that's great, and I'd love to see it operational. I'd love to see it flying in air. I just right. That's a sound. Simple. I'm all for it. I'm very excited to see it, but I just don't. It's just that, you know, it's going to be about the size of that. Wayne Hartshaw, ATR always out of play. Well, I don't know, Wayne. All big international airports, you always see the small short haul domestic flights, you know, that may be ferrying passengers on behalf of other airlines, you know, like we did at Houston. Saw lots of props, turboprops. Ronald isn't he a member? Welcome, Ronald. Yeah. Concorde saying, plus the whole boom plan was for them to poke Airbus and Boeing into making supersonic. No, they're not going to do that. They got too much. You're gambling a lot, really, making a supersonic jet, especially a big one. You know, because it's only so big you can make a jet. A big, you know, for a lot of passengers. Concorde is about as big as it can go. I mean, obviously the TU-144 was you know, it was bigger than Concorde, I think, from memory. Big ugly thing, but beautiful in its own way, if you know what I mean. But yeah. Just think that, you know, just think of the maintenance on a supersonic jet. Has it got sustainable aviation fuel capability? Probably will have, I'd imagine. But the wear and tear on those engines, as we had a few people say earlier on, who worked on the development of the Concorde engine, of course, and understandably so, the materials used nowadays on these high performance engines are extremely advanced and you know, able to take the stresses and strains and heat from that's generated by these engines. Of course, the carriers, you know, the airlines will also have to train all of their bring in new maintenance teams that can work on the engines, overhaul the engines, maintain them, and so on and so forth. And that's what airlines generally tend to do. They generally tend to operate aircraft with as many similar engine types as possible, so as to maximise the efficiency of their staff. You know, their maintenance crews being able to look after. Like, for example, with British Airways, they've had to train their maintenance teams up to be able to maintain the LEAP engine, which is the replacement for the CFM 56 engine, which their maintenance crews were not trained on because the original engines with their CEO jets are the IAE type. But hey, listen, I hope it all works. I'd love to see it fly, but I'm just hoping that people don't think, oh, we're going to see Concorde flying again. It's like you're going to see a little jet that's about the size of a Gulfstream or something like that, but that has a you know, the aesthetics of a supersonic jet. And of course, I think also that due to regulations, sound, you know, with sound regulations, aircraft like the boom operating out somewhere like Heathrow, for example, I'd imagine that they would not be able to use the reheat until they get, well, I mean, it's such a small aircraft, why would they have to use reheat? it would go into supersonic flight once it's out of certain limitations, like they did at LaGuardia, you know, where they had to bank sharp left with Concorde and out over the ocean before they could go into supersonic flight. In other words, when you hear the big boom. So it'll certainly be, unique to look at. I don't think it'll be anything unique to listen to or hear, because I don't know as they will use because power to weight ratio would be, are they developing these engines from the ground up? Is there an engine manufacturer? I haven't heard anything about an engine manufacturer developing the engine. So is it Pratt & Whitney? I mean, it's an American project, so I'd imagine it's either going to be Pratt & Whitney or General Electric, or a consortium of the two, maybe. I don't know. I don't really know. Jack Van Dix. Matthew Bentley. Why is reheat loud? Good question. Well, they increase the pressure, the back pressure of the engine, forcing the air and squeezing the air, and therefore it's a bit like reversers on a plane, or you just get that loud noise to it, and of course it's burning the fuel. And whether or not they would use afterburner, I don't know. Is it something that they would need to do? Because if it's only seating 50 people, it obviously will have a very high power to weight ratio, and therefore won't need a lot of power to get off the ground. It's more about once it's out of certain airspaces and they're able to take it up to a very high altitude and get that thing up to high altitude very, very quickly, so that it can fly very fast for a short period of time. So therefore opening up the engines, giving it full power, and being able to fly at maximum speed. Whether it's going to go Mach 2 or what, I don't know. David E. Will the boom call sign be Maverick? Yeah, I don't know, mate. I don't know about that, though. I mean, when you look at the wing of the Concorde, it's just a work of art. Beautiful aeroplane. Yeah. Yeah, it had to be though, didn't it? Had to be. Can't be like a flipping 777. Martino, Melbourne. It's bloody cold here in Melbourne. Well, I have to say, Martino, up till about 3 hours ago, it was bleeding freezing here as well. Only just as it's starting to warm up a little bit now. Boom and NASA are testing new engines to eliminate or reduce the sonic boom, therefore allowing supersonic flight over land. Well, there you go. Yeah. I mean, the boom is only something that happens like momentarily as it goes from subsonic to supersonic. That is the boom, as it literally passes through from one subsonic speed to the speed of a bullet, literally. Oh yeah, the 318, yeah. I'm just amazed that United must be buying it for their for internal stuff. I would have thought, you know, from, you know, getting people from, you know, being able to offer customers, but it'd be a very expensive flight, I've got to say. It's not going to be like your price of a normal sort of like domestic ticket, is it? Yeah, there is. Yeah, the money is definitely out there. There's no doubt about it. You know. Yeah. No, of course it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's aimed at a specific sector of the market, isn't it? The people who've got the money. I got the dosh. Phil March, do you think at some point we will have all electric engines? Phil, something I've discussed before, and I have to say yes, eventually you will have hybrid engines where you will still need the typical engine that you see today, albeit running on sustainable aviation fuel, SAF. You will need the power of the engines to get the aircraft off the ground, into the air and up to cruising altitude. Once the aircraft is in cruise altitude, you can literally pull right back on the engines. And if you have a hybrid system that is the batteries are powered by the combustion engines, then there's no reason why you can't have an engine or a motor, an electrically powered motor that is turning the fan at the front of the engine, thereby reducing the combustor, the need or the demand for the combustor part of the engine, the hot part of the engine. And then it's a bit like with putting the aircraft into a gliding scenario. So you shut the main engines off, but then convert into the electric power by way of the main fan blade being powered by the electric motors, which are using part batteries, but also a charging system that's hybrid, basically. And then, of course, the aircraft goes into its descent in the normal way, and then when it is sort of maybe 100, 200 miles from the airfield, it will start its engine. When it starts its descent towards its destination, it will probably then start its normal combustion part of the engine. That will all start up again, and then but then, you know, we are talking about way into the future, and whether that, you know, with Airbus developing hydrogen powered aircraft, is that enough power to get an aircraft off the ground? Because you need a tremendous amount of power to get a big airliner like this off the ground. Electrical power, even though it's got a tremendous amount of torque on it, you know, I mean, these all types of electrical powered, e-powered vehicles, whether they're bicycles, cars, even aeroplanes. You know, they do have. Rolls-Royce have already tested a prop, an electrically powered prop, but it only lasts for 15 minutes. You know, and it's a very light aircraft. However, you know, in order to get something big like this off the ground, you need to have lots of power. So I would imagine that you'd have to have half and half. But you can imagine the reduction in the CO2 emissions with an aircraft like this that's powered electrically in sort of like 70% of its travel. At this point of flight, it would all be using the main engines. But at the same time, while those engines are operating, they would be powering and charging up the electrical systems for the E part of the engine. And then once this aircraft is at 38,000 feet, they can switch to the electrically powered components, still turning the main fan blades and giving them enough forward momentum to be able to cruise. Obviously winds, you'd have to take into consideration headwinds and so on and so forth, but in general, say it there, Dad. I think the potential is definitely there. Hydrogen, I think is a great idea, but whether or not, because with hydrogen you have to have storage for the hydrogen itself, don't you? Which and of course with e-power you have to have batteries, but when you have got a hybrid system, the hybrid system helps to charge the batteries as well. So maybe, and also with the reduction, the significant reduction in advanced lithium batteries nowadays that Boeing are already using. Let's face it, you know, when you look at the electrical systems that are on board these aircraft nowadays, there's I'd say it's the most. It could be potentially a very reliable source of power, especially as you've got a combustion engine there that is already proven, and should the electrical system fail, then you have the combustion system to fall back on. Anyway, that's my take on it. God bless you, blimey, O'Reilly. Do like the BA350 in that livery. It's like an APU system, it's only a bus. Now you really get to see that curved wing there, look. All flexed up from the outboard segment of the wing, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Stretching its wings like a bird, man. Big pointy wing. I remember seeing the Dreamliner for the first time thinking, wow, look at the length of that wing, it's like a glider. That's what, more that you can rely on the wing and its lift and its capabilities, the less you can rely, the less you have to rely on the engines and the fuel burn, which is why, you know, advancements in technology in both the build and the profiling of these aircraft, as well as the engines, puts aviation in a good light for the future. That's for sure. Trev Lyon, yes, indeed. I've written a poem, sir. Go on then, Baldrick. Boom, boom, boom. Don't tell me. Boom, boom, boom. Have you done? No! Oh, that's hilarious, man. Who shot that? Who shot that? Is that from the tower? Is that from the tower? Oh, that is brilliant, man. Oh, that's hilarious, mate. Hello to everybody in the tower. Oh, man, that's great. They do such a great job, man. 24/7, 365, folks. It's always need to remember the folks. That's why we did a big shout out for everybody from Nats, looking after our skies here in the UK. That's funny. That's really funny. Spotted from the tower. Margot Gold saying, why haven't more of the design types gone with the flex wing for the reasons you just mentioned? Well, Margot, it's something that's obviously, again, it's something that has over time, that's what happens with advancements in not just technology, but materials and being able to flex that wing. But, you know, the operators have been experimenting with, or designers have been experimenting for many, many years with the options for having a flexible wing. Well, not so much a flexible wing, but a wing that creates a profile which is most efficient, the most efficient profile for flight. And that is why this 787 Dreamliner definitely wins hands down with its profile, man. I mean, look at that. When this aircraft straightens out, you can still see the left-hand wingtip above. Look at that, man. Look at that. You can still see the profile. That's a 12-foot flex. You look at 12 foot, man. You think about 12 foot. It's just incredible. And also, when you fly on one of these airplanes, you can actually physically see the wing flexing up as the speed increases. And the best way to sort of like do that is put your hand out of the window of a moving car. Obviously, be very, very careful when you do that. But all you have to do is tilt your hand up or down, and you get to use the wing. That you get to your hand becomes a wing, literally, or a wing surface, should I say. You can definitely see how the elevators work on an aircraft by just tilting your hand up ever so slightly, and your arm will fly up in the air. So obviously, be very, very careful if you're going to do that. Kids, don't try this at home. H. Andy P. Henry Armstrong, Trev Lyon, Richard Bushell, American 787 off to Chicago. There's the old workhorse of British Airways going out once again. Okay, what have we got? Martin Smith, only a limited amount of lithium and other minerals to make batteries out there will not be enough to go round to power everything, plus the environmental damage getting out of the ground. You know, that's right, that's very true, Martin. Very true indeed. That is something that could potentially, you know, until they find ethical ways to mine those materials, because at the moment we know that there are we need to find more ethical ways for mining the minerals that go to make your phones or anything that has any type of battery or special minerals that go into making mobile phones and so on and so forth. It's the kind of labour that it uses is non-ethical in my eyes, but it's terrible being a hypocrite, because I'm fully against it, and yet I use a mobile phone. But to be honest with you, you just got to do it, haven't you? You've got to do it. Benji Brindle is a new member. Welcome, Benji. Bootle lad, hello to the control tower. Yes, indeed. Great job, the guys and girls at Nats do. It is a shame, I have to say, that we're, there is a, well, I say it's a shame. It would be great to use partial ATC. Not all the time, because obviously it sort of like messes with the flow of the show, if you know what I mean. But if we've got a special aircraft coming in or something like that, where we just want to play out the approach for the aircraft, literally when it's sort of like 10 miles out or something like that, or maybe on approach from the wash or something like that, it would be kind of cool to be able to do that. But it is an antiquated law, unfortunately, and the folks up in the tower are probably in total agreement with me in terms of the fact that hearing the aircraft is no different than seeing it. Flight Radar 24, Plane Finder, all these different apps that you can get to see exactly where an aircraft is at any time of day or night across any part of the world. Is no different than being able to hear it, to hear the controller. So that's why I think it's a little bit sort of like antiquated. I think the law against listening to ATC, or broadcasting it, should I say, it's a very grey area. We've discussed it before, where there are radios and all sorts of things that are available. People have great big radio sets where they listen to ATC from all over the world. You can listen to police stations and all that kind of stuff. It's an area that's not policed in any way, shape or form. We don't do it out of respect for Nats. That's literally the reason why we don't do it. We don't do it purely out of respect because we've spoken to them about it and they have said to us, we would rather that you didn't do it, okay? And that is purely because of the law. Nothing more than that. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise about, if they're using ATC, it is illegal. There is the broadcasting authorities have no control over it whatsoever. The people that have control over it is the national air traffic system, the people themselves that control our skies. So if you're listening to it at home, so be it, but or if you're listening to it out in the field or wherever you might be. But for us to broadcast it to the general public at this point in time, it's something that we have no permission to do, and therefore, out of respect for Nats and other air traffic controllers around the world. I mean, in America, it's perfectly legal. We're able to do it, which, to be honest with you, surprises me even more. If anyone was going to make it outlaw it and make it completely illegal, it would be the United States. But it is actually the other way round. So you've got to respect them, and we will continue to do that until we hear otherwise. Andy P. There you go. Yeah, it's not something. Yeah, I mean, I like I've said before, it's something that I wouldn't want to have running permanently throughout a show, because it's just it would interfere with the flow of my chat and my integration with you guys. That's what's most important for me, is us talking together rather than hearing ATC. But if we had, say for example, a special arrival, then and we were given special dispensation to be able to broadcast it, that would be fantastic, because it would be. But sometimes also bear in mind, you've got to bear in mind as well, folks, and this is something that will always be the same, is that the ATC coverage is not always brilliant. You've either got fantastic pilot to tower and very sketchy tower to pilot, or the other way round. It's either one or the other. It's never clear on both ends. So it's either like and then all squelchy and horrible on one end, and then clear as a bell on the other end. So that's why, and it's just a distraction for me when something like that happens. Yeah, to be honest with you, if other channels are broadcasting it, then good luck to them. I'll be honest with you, they're talking bull crap about their special reasons why they're doing it. It's not educational purposes whatsoever. And number two, they'll never get anywhere. They'll never get anywhere because they don't respect other people. If you're going to get anywhere in life, you've got to work with other people and respect them. And that's what we do here at Big Jet TV, respecting the authorities and understanding the reasons why they ask you not to do it. Even if you are saying it's for education, it's in no way is it educational whatsoever. But even so, it's not any broadcasting authority at all that are able to give any form of permission. It is, and they will always say that it is nothing to do with them. It is always down to NATS themselves. The controlling body are the people that are able to give you permission, and until you get authorization from them, you just don't want to do it out of respect. Again, it's all about respect. So no, NATS cannot shut you down. They cannot do anything about it. But the big thing is of course that even if I had in my hands here written authority from NATS, the chat would just be full of people saying, "Why are you doing that? You shouldn't be doing that. It's illegal." And I don't want to spend the whole show trying to justify why I'm doing it, because that again would distract everybody. And we don't want to do that, man. We want to just have an enjoyable time watching the aeroplanes and educating each other about aeroplanes. Tony Stark, ATC can't sing like Jerry. Crofton, 1973. Good question. Why, from when I see runways, are they not level and go up and down? Do you know what? That's a very good point. Are you talking about from one end to the other, Crofton? That is the case. There are many airfields that have sometimes, like Birmingham, for example. If you look straight down Birmingham, it's incredible. It's a proper roller coaster, but they're spread out. Very, between the troughs and the peaks and troughs, There's a lot of distance between them. So it's not like the aircraft's landing and sort of like jumping up and down. It looks like it from if you're filming from it's an optical illusion. But also, Crofton, from left to right, or you know, the runway itself. There's a 350 starting up. See, that's the start-up. It's a very brief. Looks like a new 350. It does. Yeah, there is a sort of like a I don't think the runway is perfectly level in terms of like from the cross across it, not so much the length of it but across it. I think there's a certain amount of there's a hump in it, to be honest with you, and I think that is because to allow the runoff, the water runoff, to stop any pooling and therefore obviously aquaplaning that might happen. I'm keeping my voice down because I want to hear this 350 number 2 start. He had 350 coming in again. See what Winthrop. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, even if it was, so we just turn around and say, you know what, we don't mind anymore, you can do it. They'd have to change the whole structure, the laws would have to be changed and everything like that, blah, blah, blah. But to be honest with you, I think you get more people complaining about ATC than you would do people saying it's great. We've had situations in the past where we've been overseas and we've run ATC and people are like, can you turn the ATC off because I can't hear Jerry? You know, and it does become a distraction. You know, there are, you know, there's a couple of people out there breaking the laws, but, you know, good luck to them, whatever they want to do. They're just obviously not. Andy Sokolau, why is that BA 350 being pushed back at Terminal 3? Well, Andy, because BA, they do have, to be honest with you, I'm not sure why there is, it's a shame that Roger Slater's not on, innit? Because I'd like to know, okay, I'd like to know why BA have in the last sort of, I don't know, 6 months, maybe, maybe even less than that, had such a presence at Terminal 3 when they've got literally, I mean, I would say 3 terminals, because they have got Terminal 5, it's actually got 2 satellites to it as well. So I'm surprised. I mean, they've got check-in desks and everything. They've got everything ready at Terminal 3 for BA. Or is it just me and I've just noticed, because I thought that originally that the Terminal 3 was mainly Virgin Atlantic, along with a number of other operators as well, but primarily I thought that T3 was Virgin, Delta, and even American. It was quite interesting because Virgin and Delta have got code shares. BA and American have code share, being as part of the One World Alliance. I'm just surprised not to see that. I mean, you've got American jets parked up there down at T5. I can see them quite clearly. Is it just overflow? Is that one of the main reasons? I don't know. Doing speed brake checks on that 350. Big ailerons on the 350. Look how long that aileron is on the wing there. JC Manx 72 currently the classic car show at Tatton Park, but still watching Big Jet TV. There we go. Good afternoon to you. Ronald, well, it just is a law that was passed many years ago and has never been, it's never really been challenged, should I say. It's never been challenged. And also, like we say, if you're caught with if a policeman walks past a group of plane spotters and he can hear the radio going, I don't know whether he has the right to tell that person to stop listening, but it's certainly not something that is ever encroached on by police in terms of people listening to the radio. But if, let's say, for example, I was to broadcast ATC, there is nothing to stop the NATS or any other controlling body contacting the authorities, and those authorities contacting me to say on their behalf we've had a direct contact from the air traffic control services to ask you to stop, cease and desist, so to speak, stop broadcasting air traffic control. Yeah, but the thing is that those people will never get any further in what they're in what they're trying to pursue. It's pure lack of respect, isn't it? You've got to respect. I've been in business too long to know that you've got to respect people and what they want. Otherwise you never get anywhere, because when you need them, they're not there for you. And other operators, airlines, businesses, business people, whoever it might be, they'll be like, oh no, we're not interested in talking to you, mate. You're the people that just sort of like, just flunk the rules and do whatever you want to do. We'll go to Big Jet TV because they're the people that respect people. You know what I mean? But anyway, it is that way, and that's the way it is. Rockstar Paul 69. Policewoman came up to those three and heard the ATC frequency, but was more interested in having a friendly natter with them. There we go, you see, because she was probably totally unaware. It's not in their remit, is it? It's not in the police's remit. Oh, really? Well, it depends on the individual, doesn't it? And how well... Yeah, on how informed they are on how things work. I mean, if you're a if you're a general policeman or policewoman walking around and you hear it, you're none the wiser. But if you're a security, if you're a member of the security forces, you're probably a little bit more educated on the whole business of that, and therefore, they're probably going to tell you to shut it off. Oh, Roger. Ah, okay. So, Roger, yes, Roger. Thank you. So due to the demand with flights picking up, see, this is what I think I was used to seeing at T3 was the odd single aisle jet at terminal. Certainly not 350s and 777s, that's for sure.
Oh, where?
Travelling which direction, man? Which direction? It's not trailing. How far is it? Is it coming towards me or is it right over the top of me now? It's not doing anything, is it? Hear it. Probably only minus 50. Hey! No one told me about this. Well, I know, folks, a few people probably saying that there was a Cal Cargo 747 over the top of me, but I'll try my best. Can't see it. Looking good. She's a good-looking little jetliner, isn't she? Makes you think it's Tridents, doesn't it? Make you think of Tridents or Comets. Is it Stormtrooper? I love how they've done that, man. would look better on the on the 787 myself. I don't know why, just because the 787's got that Comet front end on it, hasn't it? So, like, you know, you could actually think it's a Comet. What was that you saying, Jilly? Has Roger got any update on T4? What's that? What's to the left of me? Lancaster? Oh. Oh, blimey. Oh. 500 feet. Blimey, where's she going into? Wow, look at that bank shot there, man. So she's doing some fly pass over. I mean, if you're running if you've got sort of like a special event going on, like a car show or something like that, and you call into the BBMF, they will see if they can put it on their route, because that's what they do. They do circuits, don't they? Timot's July, innit? Okay. Didcot twist. LATAM 777. 1 minute. Yeah. Oh, is it? Timothy's on now? Oh, bless him. Oh, and they had the lank, did they? Why can't they just come and fly past? Yeah, but they had that last time we were down there, didn't they? Pit special and all that. I know, and boats and things. Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Big old barn door flaps on the 777. Look at the size of them flaps. Latin America. You look at a 777 from behind and look at the wing flex on that. It's almost as much as a 787. Crazy. Just a bigger wing on it. Well, it appears to be anyway. Probably isn't actually. Probably this. Because of the rake on the 787, it just looks as long. There's a big old glider wing on it. Oh, look at that, man! I mean, you look at that. You can see that wing flexing up, but not as much as the 777. He makes a right turn. Not as much flex on the 350 wing, not as much bend in it, very stiff wing. It's all about reducing drag on a aerofoil. Got a couple of new members. No, we haven't. We've got a returning member, Chris Perkin. Welcome back, Chris. Relentless. Yeah. Not Glen Knowles. Delta Phil, hurricane up over the Chiltern Hills. Winthorpe, I read somewhere the more the wing flex, the smoother the ride. Well, there we go. That's why, I mean, you know, that's why winglets were introduced into aircraft. Massive advancement. I mean, obviously the initially the first development of winglets, I think, was with the 747-400 with the raked, what's called a fence style winglet. In fact, I might be wrong there, because I think the A300 was the would I be right in saying that the A300 was out before the 747-400? I think. I'm not sure. Have a look at that. See if you can compare. But of course, the A300, when it was developed, that was the first style of winglet, which is that, you know, little tiny fence style winglet you get to see on that one there, on the Airbus, on the A300. Very primitive, really, when you look at it, and still on the A380. Surprised that the A380 was not fitted with a retrofit winglet, like a more of a sort of like sharklet on it. But obviously they didn't need it. But getting back to what he was saying about you know, the more flex, the more comfortable it is for the customer, but also less drag it is on the aircraft, and therefore less fuel burn. So yeah, there's a number of benefits to having an efficient wing but you know, a number of different styles of winglets, like the rake style winglet that you see on the 777, like that one there, which is just a beautiful sight, isn't it? Look at that big old thing, man. Beautiful. Look at it. Right up to the modern style blended winglet, which you see. Wow, it's quite blushing. That's a very dirty 777, man. This is an old 777-200 with no winglets. Wow, she's filthy dirty. Look at her, grubby old girl. Another blended winglet 787. It improves the ride for the passenger, most definitely. That's why they were introduced, to make it more comfortable, to reduce, you know, of course, when you hit turbulent air, having a winglet obviously helps, because it improves the airflow along and off the wing. Because the end of the wing, if you look at a wing in a wind tunnel, you'll see that the airflow at the end of the wing is the dirtiest part. Japan Airlines 777, nice. Quiet. Very little reverse action there. 3 777s, look at that. That's why you see some of the 767 300s that have been retrofitted with the winglet, like that United 767 that you see over there. Most of their aircraft being fitted with the winglet, or sharklet as it is sometimes known. It adds an increase of 12 foot to the wing. Obviously they couldn't do that outboard due to you know, being able to fit into the gate itself. So hence the upward sweep of the winglet. Mind you, saying that, 767 wing versus a 777 wing that's got the raked wingtip on it, which is the extension, horizontal extension. Very difficult to see on the 777 from this angle. You kind of got to know what you're looking for, but that all the 777 300s have the raked wingtip on it, whereas unless it's a freighter variant of the 777 200, it will have the standard blunt cut off winglet, wing. There you can see it now. You can see that winglet there. Look, see it protruding there. See the angle coming off there. That's the raked wingtip. Whereas you can see with that, it's just straight. So is that headwinds, Gilly, that they've hit? Oh, is it because it's had to fly? It's had to fly the route around Russia as opposed to Walker, BA 777-200 ER from London Gatwick, 2 minutes away, different aircraft than earlier. That is it, I'm guessing. That extended range 777. I'm guessing that's the one, is it, Rob? Or is that, or maybe not, I don't know. This is Air China 350. Oh, flare it, son, flare it. Yeah! It's a beautiful winglet on the 350. So if they take that picture, Jelly, through some kind of a night scope type thing from the tower, pretty cool, man. Yeah, yeah. Ready, aim, fire! Oh, we're your firing squad, sir. We aim to please. Anywhere in particular, sir? This will be somewhere like 35 feet above my head, perhaps. Yeah, yeah. Pachow! Oh, is this the 777? Is this the 777 from LGW? Oh. Increased it. Light as a feather. 2-man crew. That's all you get. Should stop on a dime. He should make this exit. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't. Who said that? Mark asking on email about the having mentioned the braking system on the on aircraft on these jets, and as there are no brakes on the front wheels, how do they stop the wheels from spinning? Well, generally there's either a brush system or some kind of a stopper, which as the wheels come up into the undercarriage bay, they are stopped by a stopper, literally, that just brushes the wheel and stops it from turning. And they do turn at a very fast rate as well. Of course, these they're very precise. The bearings in these things need to be high precision bearings. Not sure whether they use roller or needle or nylon or what type of bearing systems. I'd imagine whatever they are, they're probably made of titanium. Brian Bruce returning as a member. Welcome, Brian. Wow, Dylan McTurk. I hear Wizz Air are considering flights to Kiev again. That's interesting. That's good news. I think he's going to run out of money, to be honest with you. Old, what's his name? that mad bloke from Russia. What's his name? Putin, that's it, yeah. I think he's going to run out of money eventually. I think he's just going to literally run out of money. And he's going to have to give up. I think right now he's probably thinking that when he puts his head on the pillow at night, he's probably thinking, what have I got myself into? Really ought to just... Probably talking to the cat. Oh, did I say that? Trev Lyon, they are roller bearings. There we go. They're rollers. Brian Bruce, g'day. Welcome back, sorry, my friend. Matthew Bentley, how are reverser thrusters so loud? Please answer my question. All in caps. Flipping heck. Well, to be honest with you, Matthew, the reason why they're loud is because you're hearing them up close. If an aircraft was taking off past us, it would be no louder than that, to be perfectly honest. So the reversers are just loud because they're applying engine power, but reverse. So therefore you're hearing it as it goes past us. Because it's coming out of the side of the engine, it's even louder. This is an aircraft that used to scream, the Aviation 787. Here we go. Nothing of the sort. What was that? Mark Woosnam, gotta love a 767. That's Japan Airlines sitting right there. Stephen Loscombe, yellow thunderstorm warnings. Issued for tonight here in the south, down south. I wonder whether even had Concorde continued, whether the sound regulatory body would have probably outlawed it, wouldn't they? I mean, they outlawed it going supersonic over UK shores, but afterburners, my goodness me, that would have literally shook the foundations, even the hardest of foundations. Steve Waters is a returning member. Welcome back, Steve. Roxy Simmons, 4 weeks till I come back to the UK. Way. Jazz Kudal's dad has just retired at the age of 72 after spending 30 years in the BA World Cargo Building. Oh wow. He was on the railways for 25 years before that. Wow. A bit like your old man, literally. Onto railways. Sharon West, Aero Mexico on fire. There's another one that likes to have a big loud booming reverser. Kitty Kadensky, Jerry, since you've been to Anchorage, it became first on my bucket list to visit. Got to get back there, but my God, is it a long, long, long journey, folks. At least this time when I go back there, it's a bit like when you go somewhere for the first time and it feels like a mile walk, but then when you go back the second time, it's sort of like, well, it's not quite as bad as what it was, but it doesn't matter. It's the time zones. You go, what? How many time zones did I go through? 3 time zones it was, I think, going to Anchorage from London. Yeah, wishing him all the best, Kaz, in his in his retirement. Time zones, oh my good God. Probably from one back to the other, back into another one back. Herne Hunter, Lancaster now over Winslow. Okay, so she's gone north, isn't she, I think. Wow, Obi-Wan, my dad flew to Tahiti with Air Tahiti Niue's Airbus 340-211. That was a 35-hour flight. Oh my God, surely it had a stopover. Can't be 35 hours, yeah. Like KC 135 pulling up next year and filling you up. 5 gallons of 4-star, please, mate. 4-star. Kevin Mullins, welcome back, Kevin. Another returning member. Lots of people returning. Great to see you all here. Wow. Ah. We've got a Rogue. I think we've got a Rogue, haven't we? Oh, there we go. Rob Walker, Qatar 777 freighter on Rogue. Not Rouge, Rogue. 09 right. 2 minutes out. Paul Howard. Paul Howard. Just phone his daughter to tell her the Lancer. Martin Smith, what time is your flight? Well, I'm supposed to be flying out at about 8:30, I think, tomorrow morning. It will probably be more like 9:30, I would have said, at the earliest. Out of London Gatwick. This could make a noise. Go on, Sam. Yeah! That is the original Screamliner, folks. So you could put the old, you could put the, what was the screaming face, that famous piece of artwork, this melting face, the screaming, was it? Oh, it was the scream, was it? You could put that on the tail and just put Screamliner along the side, or I don't know. Probably wouldn't get many people flying on it though. Okay, okay. Well, I'll live with that, mate. I can live with that. That's me in the corner. Tacos. 5 days of peace for you, Chile. Tony Austin. Brilliant. Cool. Cool. Love that, man. Here we go then, folks. This is it. Hey. Biman, Bangladesh 787. Kaboom. Come on, mate. Give us a loud one. Just for the last one. Go on. No withdrawal symptoms now, folks. No withdrawal symptoms. I'll give you a little. I'll give you a little PTC from Malaga. All right. Okay. There you go. Right. Okay, well, there we go. I think 5 hours. I think that was 5 hours. Thanks, folks. Oh, 6 hours and 16 minutes. Okay. Thanks to Nats. Come on, folks. Big round of applause to the folks at Nats, both here and also around the country as well. All the folks up at everywhere else who control the airspace around the UK, and of course air traffic controllers around the world. I think there's an air traffic controller day or something like that. Is a Remembrance Day, appreciation day. But to be honest with you, for me, every day is an appreciation day on Big Jet TV for the folks that control everything that's happening around you. They basically, from the moment these guys and girls are sitting in their aircraft, they're ready to go. They will call the ground teams here at the airport. They will request a push and start. The ground teams then have to get in to work in order, get everything. It's a big operation just to get an aircraft from its gate out to the airfield and out, and then has to be handed over to another controller, and then handed over to another controller, and right the way through there's different segments of the flight where it's tracked and looked after by air traffic control. There's a dead spot, isn't there, over the ocean, I believe, but even that now is fully tracked, so an aircraft never becomes invisible to the controllers, so we know where they are at any given time, and we are always feeling safe on board those aircraft as well. So thank you to all of them. Thank you to everybody here for watching and joining me today. If you weren't with us earlier, I didn't look like this, I can assure you. I look a lot more summery than I did. Although, come on, it's June the 4th, for crying out loud, and I'm wearing a hoodie. Yeah, some great activity today. Honestly, it's really good action, and thank you to everybody at the Hyatt Place as well. By the way, folks, just to let you know, if you do stay here with the Hyatt at the Hyatt Place, London Heathrow, make sure that you do the whole thing. You get a special room rate for one of the big rooms up the front of the hotel here. You get a 5-meter long window. You get access up to here exclusively, I have to say, folks. Nobody else is allowed up to here. The Blue Sky Suite, where you can sit down and enjoy the views of the airport, having a drink and having a meal, perhaps, whichever you want to do. But a big thank you to them. JMO, if you're watching, thank you to you, my friend. Thank you to all the folks down on the front desk as well. Always a great bunch of guys, always very friendly when you visit, and they do great coffee, folks. I've got to say, out the coffee machine, their coffee is A1. Thank you to all the flight crews. Thank you to everybody, literally everybody that side of the airfield who are involved in everything that we watch and we get to see, because without them it wouldn't happen. So thank you to all of them. Thank you to you once again, all our new members as well. A very warm welcome to you. Stay in contact, folks. Don't forget, you can download the app and you can request a free sticker. Go to the app, just slide down and have a look for the details on how to get yourself or claim your free sticker. We will be back. I will be back next weekend, just for one show. I'm off to Spain this coming week to play in my annual golf tournament, and I'll let you know how I get on with that. I will give you a PTC midweek down in Malaga, where I'll introduce a show that we're going to be putting out for you guys and girls, just so that you can at least feel that you've got something during the week. And then I will be back next weekend with more action from wherever it might be. But other than that, Jilly Copy, Okay, other than that, everything else, we're all done. Thank you to all our moderators. Thank you, Jilly. Really appreciate everything that she does for the channel and for Big Jet TV and for me as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you, folks. Look after yourselves. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be safe, be happy, and whatever you do, look after the animals if you've got any, or if you see one. Hello. See you later. Bye. Okay. The little Croatian. Okay. What? What you got? E-lailing. Yeah, well, we'll just have to just keep telling them that. Standard reply, man. Standard reply. There is no, not at this stage anyway. Not at this stage anyway.